who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
And none of pay Yamuakwabo, and then Friday. And then Friday, at Tanasi, the Ghana Montie, and the Bravo needs 100.9. So, Yado Bibia, Sebabia will be a Yadawase. So, what you may feed in out there to need to 100.9 1 year from so. Most of my Facebook and mobile back and 1 year needs 100.9 FM, needs 100.9 FM. And also 1 year from so I. So, our YouTube channel, so I'm more man on it. I'm Montie and Kame Pacho, 1 year despite media. Despite media, and so when you're from so cry, you dem you pull, you dem come out home. You dance a trade upon your coupon, or boy, who buy, or the not chain. You're sorry and say, Dear Kure, one as the Kutunia de Bemano. Mebacho, sorry, why late? Sorry, so when you're sorry, Sabri, Panabako, you madia. And then Besamica chose a why late, so sorry, waka, sorry. And Cordano Beco school, yan in term. Na Jerry and Cordano. And Kodani Beko school, me paucho, me mom ye late, and ne, well, when you to end so toy. And Rameso bank and butter my so toy. Your point, you man, I don't know, me could do fear now, but don't go. Hey, and yes, I've got to. And so year fire come, I just have to do fear now one about. And now you don't go. It's a napa, dear, not dear, just a navy for many answer. Hey, yeah, bro. Yeah, but I am consumer because the humanity is Sabrian bit to me. Your bonko cry and go grand and Maria to me. A typical do fear now, but I don't go. And yes, I've got to cry. And it's a yes, I saw a better hey. Yeah, there are the so great Musa. Maybe Ghana Montie Sunia Bonus, I have a piece 104.3 near the Casabona Bro. Evangelist King David, they arise and shine, Jimmy, the other software, your K. One more they arise and shine, Jimmy, the Abraham. And Richard Abishia Mojoja, yeah, Reverend Fabian, in no country. I don't know that Mojojano. Yeah, Zion River Chapel, sorry, no. One more Topaz Lodge, yeah, domain. I would do St. John's 1 hour, Topaz Lodge, what I've been where, yeah, Zion River Chapel. One more so the Mojoja Babet twice, so. Yes, we are bringing you say at Nase. Now you're the Ghana Montie Manual 7 in summer who will cost you the bread with neat 100.9. And that's a we do our damn happy birthday and right Dr. Fashion. Dr. Fashion or your part of a Mojoja team, you know. And right now, what that Dr. Fashion or domain for organizer or your official fashion designer or sign wall. Abuomu Junction, will call Comet Quine. We'll send the first one, I'll be with Dr. Fashion. And right now, I would have belated happy birthday to you. You want some of what I had the Brabel for 20 hours, so. You want interviews. I would want now. When the bigger story, the big fish, the elephant on the table. And they say, there was a ruling. Says, yeah, I say, a friend there, Kono MPP, Mrashebeja for one more than a minority or Mrashebeja Fio. And this is for than a majority. Nina say, Nipan Naya. A mummy and sa na Sami and San Baku and this be new MPP. One more co-independent. And about also there on no independent in Waba MPP. We are filing the name of MPP. It's not just a Waba MPP one is out. But South for the speaker declare when we sit in a vacant. It's a friend called second deputy speaker. Honorable Andrew Zamwakwen Siama. For me, I'm Rashabedani, if you're not called to the name, say, I got a Rashabed. And majority for now, what the pa, woman, what the papa. Namo, Mentiasio, majority for Mentimasio. Because where they say expected, they anticipated. Na nyamona ebra na eyo formena MP oko independent mudimirika tro krata. Edikoma ayo Professor Michael Koku oye ruling. Oye ruling sabre na mo ye den o. Usese question be bisa. Sabre na Professor Michael Koku eye ruling na munim se de enkamo no. Obi an sorry akasa. Na ne na be come the afa na mani abre a honorable federal market so they call Supreme Court. For aware. Okay, Supreme Court so eye or the kwa eye na yetimi seeking interpretation. Yetimi seeking interpretation eye hu said ya eye constitution e ka. But until then, me no ka say the MPP mrasebedwa for one man minority. Dynamics in a play war this time politics in the mono manage power because a bema politician money aba mo so because politicians are winning no we say oh what the audience what the kind say yes masa obefa fofole e just no kra no on bugi ukra or petumi an obeba ho etiene dynamics in a play ni pa no mani age pa I'm telling you because manual 70 you know. Sometimes we have to be consistent. Manual 70 you know. We are not being consistent. Sadia ni ko yie ma wa ne kasanko enko yie ma no ne kasanko. Must be consistent. Sa consistency ni say ye juma ebra formena MP na Professor Michael Koku eye ruling na mo sorry ti ya na kan ye no na ababedu this time no. So I'm telling you NPP abana mudria ye ahead of 2020 elections no. Sa abana na anyini yegusunsu amana anyini na multi bidi no. Eno na multi bidi wo mraje be fie ho no. Na ade na kana mo sesen. Afe na ye de be court say ade yes who leaves and na who joins na semantics. Basa abana mudria ye ahead of 2020 elections. Eno na mu twa no. And this for musu mani agena na mu bose no. Monso ya politics na ye na musu onka mo na monso ebi bodi mu a ana ma bekasa. Because mo di amanyofo no yenim mo papa aba. They said the minimum amanyofo no kra minim said they wuni mo fa. Ye no ma nante ye no mo anenam. Eti yenim mo papa. Asam no e bodi wu a na oto nwom foforo na okam amani na oka bibi ufro. Eti masa sana de ne tie. Eti enne se MPP post omumpo na omukom na jebe fie a they are minority. Why dom kuma when sound dynamics when nyina boa ma yamanyo seme no ye position ye pa. Afu we say parliamentary elections no enye easy o. So we your parliamentary candidate na ye wadwen say wo presidential candidate amafo beto abama no ma sa to abama wo de a na ma sa boa ye wadwuma ye me ba to munchia kebi eye MPP serial callers president ye friend kebi munchia ne mame na monka nkyira ne say kebi ko various constituencies na kotie wasum kotie nsamo a parliamentarians wo mo ka wo Tana yet radio so ye can add so bo media and the media mona me de so bo mo and the parliamentarians and yen say church Ghana for say parliamentarians no mo kwa kwashemra kebi this time na wo mo airborne to ano me say me abetime to ka ba be found me do be ko 3 constituencies kwana kotie nsam o mo ka kotie nsam bo sha kase o mo hye na o mo hye bo hye no wi a wo se yen kan anu ntum na yen kan tro am se o mo kwa kwashemra keke kotie nsam akese a Wama pre amanyokuofo na wamo pre se wombe parliamentary candidate kotie bosha kese na Felix Mante po amekasa ne party ni abemu a ogina PPP ogina washama kwana kotie bosha Felix Mante sha omo Felix Mante PPP menka se PPP ye amanyokuo bia but dia mechani se ono krampo a na amanyokuo wamo ma abemu no one more my bemo, a few elections in the crown, even though one more contested by Chekrana. Well, I don't know, but I mean, sure, say PPP, one beko. So, kwa shaman, now kotie bossa, Felix Mante sha shaman for. Now, we was it, or Kwashem Ranti, ye media and idea. Kebi, na mabu dia kazem. It is as I'm making what's in the year, pa. Could there be on the radio so? Quanda question, Na ba ku bi ambekọ no me se boshe pa ohye ne grofo boshe de hye ne grofo na yasem ketu o it is any pay o wini wi a wo se sa boshe na ohye no ye mfa mbo ni tiri so na onko mra hye bedwafio so okọ hye mra okay busia na Friday day edu Friday say na obotom ye da na e kama ba edu Friday na se munya na style bi o edede tiri eze na 18 bosome na bu cough tale botom ni say and me check media na just say tale sikana ka coins ne 10 series back 20 series back 5 series back I say yeah asemo ebeye what ebeye don't worry etu aye jo kwa de ebeye Yankwa and na yemfa abe fonten tan homa no so yemfa nsama hodo yemfa brandi 100.9 Yada Sadama, peacefmli.com, citynewsroom.com, myjohnline.com, checkoutghana.com, Ristar FM GH, any other relevant news portals. Woman the boy bear from Town Madison, Yadin Samaudo, Yadi Bro, D 100.9. Yama Becker and Samahodo Koso. I bear from Town Madison, the trendy stories, the big fishes on the table. Yaba be boy with a man. Yinti the echo, Adaoma, about 2 and waiting a year. Make us be a year ready. Me papa could be. Or German or some Jerry. I na wo bon 7 swan sama kwa adwuma. Ntimi yen tentama na kwa adwuma. Intina na say na be wo bon 7 swan sana. Facebook for my mom samba no. Okay, inti the big fish. Bagman declares Agona West for MENA 2 other seats vacant. Albangbabe, the Speaker of Parliament, has approved the motion that calls for 4 members of Parliament to vacate their seats. It's the Ambidi Kankan, where the big story on the table. Binyan says, Udru Ghana Mrashobe Jafiwa, Yeka say, Ayadia, attend MPP Mrashobe Jafwa than a minority, NDC Mrashobe Jafwa than a majority, Ora Kasalato force and why majority leader. Ora afenyo markings ono so akwa wababe minority leader enti dia ekomono no se bibi ensi dia eti ye ka say dia na won beko enti na omko a na akoye. We will not allow abuse of power go unchecked. NDC on UC's disqualification of Memphis Central PC. The National Democratic Congress has condemned the disqualification of its parliamentary candidate Joanna Jan Kujo by the Electoral Commission, vowing to challenge the decision in court and other public forums. Enra NDC force a woman TSS Electoral Commission disqualify Joanna Jan Kujo. One of the Sobona Boyisi, but a court in one. Saturday, a court in the injunction, interlocutory injunction notice, or the comma yisi. It's not yisi so bad there. And Tiana and this for Bekasa. Na ya jinchiro ye. One must say woman TSS easier disqualified. But easy and any pim saw the Tiwana also were disqualified Joanna Jan Kujo. A court and a court order and interlocutory injunction. One must say easy. Say Ababa way Nelson or courts and it one day tabono atono so. It will and a bedinchiro ye. Why, you're not a lawyer for the Bekasa. I know my level. I won't elevate Baumia by debating him. Mahama Jabs Akufo-Addo. Hey, dear. The flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has responded to the president of Akufo-Addo's call for him to debate Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Bepato JDM say, me debate ayat Baumia na the Trimuyanede. Na mimbe rezino. Also be debating na no kra be ma Baumia pijapa. Also yes ade no. On yes on say na that ye kra so ba be debate ayat Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Eti no so emunsem na aba beto dwen. When you stop sleeping, you will hear clearly my position on free SHS. Mahama hits back at Akufo-Addo. During a tour of the Greater Accra region on Thursday, October 17th, the National Democratic Congress presidential candidate John Dramani Mahama took a direct jab at President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. Mepacho, we JDM and this Frankatuni no say. Nanado say we giant Nana obete the position about free SHS. I politician. Some more. It's only one now come. Or say Nanado say we giant Nana obete the position on free SHS. JDM na wakasa adiache Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo. Election 2024 easy on faith to referee our democratic process, NDC. The National Democratic Congress has fiercely criticized the Electoral Commission, questioning its ability to oversee Ghana's democratic process fairly. Bebacho NDC for say, Electoral Commission, one motion a brabo, motion subina, and ya do bit me aboama about to a muadaho. I know they said the Biamoka, and there's some chance they can, the way you as some Fuvrubia. The Biamoka, it is said the normal conning still Electoral Commission, no. Enra ya wasanita no. Na wone ma me bia ma program so na ya wasanita no keka nsem ti odi na me say eh. Ozo to na bia mutimi kan nsem bi pa ma ne ye mo pa ho. Ha, okay. O de yenkwe. Ye to aso na wo kokan. Ya wasanita no so business partner. Anhwe kura na business ne ba na we twam ya. Because ya wasanita na enra wone ma me bia ma program no. Bitie di na me say eh. Ya okay. Anyway. Election 2024, I'm from the streets. I empathize with suffering Ghanaians, Baumia. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the presidential candidate for the new Patriotic Party, has expressed empathy for the hardships many Ghanaians, especially those in the informal sector, are currently facing. Dr. Baumia said, "Oh no, street boy, you wa brepen. Sure, I say bra wa brepen. No chi taxi, no ye say, no ye cleaning. Now onam ha, it ono a mouthful and nam a ye quantum pons one woman nam street so. A woman suffer woman hassle no so to Masia. Or to Masia pant in Amea donas or bar. A dear Obema wama brabo assasa. NDC6 court injunction to halt EC from printing a Memphis Central ballots. The National Democratic Congress has filed an injunction application seeking to hold the Electoral Commission from proceeding with the printing of parliamentary ballot papers and notice of the poll for the Memphis Central constituency. NDC for court, yeah, can say one more catch the Electoral Commission for say, hey, my AGYEMAN I know a pound for motion year a man can print a ballot papers for Memphis Central because woman to a say. Sa disqualification na abano. Wamonte wamohwase. It is semono. Ibina media ma wiyo. Get fast sedan farmer peace fmline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjournline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FM GH, other relevant news portals. Womo de boy be from the town man so yede sama hodo yede bro need 100.9. Na yeka amansanchi ame kwabena ma for the dobon krata mun samne bebre. Say you call a Facebook Live. Morning, also say good morning. Or say majority, or say minority. Or say morning majority, evening minority. 24 hours. 24 hours shifts. JDM. Bosukena. Okay. George Nunyera. Also good morning, Jerry. Watching you live from Obuasi Municipal. Gauso near Cheneboa Kodia School. George Siedu said, watching you live from Dubai, JDM for president. Francis Anumwate, hey, Francois is watching us live. Mesha Kasante said, Ghanaians will feel some positive impact since the parliamentary power has now turned in favor of the NDC. John and Jane all the way. Dobu Enokele Kem said, the next NDC government will establish the Soyaya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. Albeke just said, good morning, boss. NDC is the best choice Ghanaians, remember number 8 on the ballot paper. Kwaku Boateng said, good morning, McJerry. It's Friday, and a special greetings to my lovely crushes born on Friday. Matilda Efua Gray, Din Love Efua Quagrain, Dorothy Efua Kwansa, and my all-time crush, Black Beauty, a journalist, Efia Uzia. This will have the blessful day. Okay, Kofi Adupoku said, good morning, McJerry. Please find time to rest, okay? I cherish you so much. Oh, Kofi Adu. There be a new Kojo Adupoku. Kojo me dance pa, Kojo Adupoku. I'll get time to rest. Now, any day, Charlie. Franka Mankwasa, McJerry, daybreak again. Thank God it's Friday. Watching you live from Kitansi. Honorable Franka Mankwa. Hey, Nelly said, good morning, McJerry. I'm watching you live from Kaswa High Tension. AGYEMAN said, good morning, McJerry. Will this brouhaha in Parliament about majority and minority solve the problems that we face as a country? Way or the Freya Mönchengladbach, Germany. And Nane Kuyama Boateng said, Dr. Baumia is coming. A very special greetings to Obatampa Honorable Nana Madukia Esiama. Joe Louisville also watching you live from Düsseldorf, Germany. My greetings to Dr. Baumia and lawyer Jerry Ahmed. Farim Diaby. So I'm Modena to be on Facebook. Also, good morning, McJerry. Another day has come. I'm watching you live from Amehia. Dodoa. You are the number 1 morning show host. Keep it up, Charlie. Thank you. Ameke Della. Also, McJerry, good morning. Say a happy birthday to my lovely son, Egbert Seyiram Ameke. Tell him daddy loves him. So, Egbert Seyiram Ameke, daddy loves you. Happy birthday to you. Josh Nyako, MPP will win this year's elections. JB Ankras, I'm watching you live from Atiko. Keep the fire burning. Alfred Aidu, also watching you live from Tasty Aspect. Bubu Ashe, regards to Pastor Clementodo. Felix Apia, also McJerry, the truth is that the speaker could have waited for the Supreme Court to make the interpretation before ruling. Yeah. Better say to say convene across fire. I say So quick constituencies that the defected MPs want to represent. Richard Free, Amasama, Richard Mensa, Ghana MONTIE, have a blessed weekend. Honorable Senator Mafanyo all the way. I said, McJerry, my new name is Majority Richard Amasaman. But and they say, "Go tell me that." Young boy. Question when they say, as a my case, I say, good morning, McJerry, please. KB is not our president, too. Is the Greater Accra Callers president. Okay, yo. But your matter. It's a KB, a Greater Accra Syria Callers president. Cash Papa said, what happened to Parliament? Should tell you that God is in control. Joseph Eddie Solomon said, good morning, McJerry. When it is coming, it is doing. MPP is already in opposition. Look how their own parliamentarians are deserting their party. Okay, you're going him. As I do, Sianabu, you're going to
3 FM, YouTube, Despite Media. Now, and some of me someone pay the Democratic be and say, watch yam ya wadam na shebe January no right honorable Abansuma Nakins for backbin. What dear to just say, and my shebe jum enkunyam nine, say the I am pine edaho. And none am so ama and yema mwasa some of my shebe jum. And I'm so ama NDC no moye minority and I said dom kuman si so one by edom kesiye. Eti Dr. Atofonsen as abre woye NDC majority leader. Wononso akasa na wachirem say right honorable Alban Backbin waya die so onya kokodua ka ne yesese woka. Na wo hwe ne MPP for no ya enya atwomsem ene wo moye. Na no mampani dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nso dia tudwa say dia akoso parliament na kire say eya de papa ma party no echese nkunimdie na da ho de ema NDC party no Volta River Authority staff groups wo mo dia tomra hyebedwom ho ase energy bills bia Minister of Energy edi abre omunye montungu efse ebasa edi wo hawo eni abenedie bebre ne beba na yekopie wo Kenya nso senators wo motena se no mampanya bedi echira ne din edi Regathi Gachagua wɔn si wɔn ayi ne to ase akonya ebra wo hospital a wo yare enti de ekoso wo Kenya ne de drama no enya asem keto akra ayede ho asem ebeba ye ka mo se no nsia kase ebo nwumeko a ebo ye chidom amanadi mu eye JA Binding Company Limited wo mo de bind stain remover and a new bind 20 disinfectant abama honidie ejana na so antibacteria germs ne ade ne to ase ankasa na ma ofie ho nso ayesham enunti mi busa wo se wo kɔ wo bathroom ho a wo tibia mu tesɛn ɛna wo kitchen ho nso sink ne se tesɛn koyi a ɛne bind stain remover and a new bind 20 disinfectant ɛna wo hia ɛna Kivo hot pepper ne de ɛno de wo bia nim se no an ye de bibia se se ye ni bre ne ase adaje akoto makofri dwom ma Kivo fo no ankoto no monye ho adwuma betutu ne ti ne atwe ho sente abe blend na ye twe na yewom wo ma so a na wo stew ananse bibia wo ye bia no na wo de aye Yamvita infant cereal a wo ho no nso no we de wo ma akwada no fo abosumi nsia achi no de wo hia de ama no no eye aduane ye koyie eti Yamvita ye wo maize ye wo rice nso wo ho ne wo wheat enti akwada no wutimi se wa ye wo ba ne yie papa eti bomode ansa Yamvita nso ebekwa ma wo na onga mama's helping hand eno no aduane be ye da season ba ko pe ne hia eye onga e the magic eba kitchen ho onga me aduane ne di mo onga e me di adanse se ongalicious eni eti bibisa wo se eye spices be e na wo de ye waduane se enye onga de a ene da no ho te sa bosoma kotre medima fo heba Dr. Tam da so to nsafro se pokwa se mayira e ho no wabo ne nsesen e wo ho nti Dr. F to nsafro se bra se ye emubuo yare anase bia mane mema mo pa wo anase wo fa ba bi na adwodwo bomodin a se obeba medima fo heba se wuduru ho a yebetimi ahyew na yaboa wo ama ayaresan so etimi edimo ama wo enunti ma honya ha ne puso ho ne bra entina ho ma mubuo yare emfa wo nipadua enomum wo num nso a eye special eyes natural mineral water abuju nso wo pe ba bi du sika to nso a na eye best point savings salons ya frem ya kosua goaboa ju betimi afrem ya kosua nhirafe yenhwe enensem a ye de som anopai enro amra shebedwam na ye gigim enyasem keto wo chiame odam na shebedwano ano right honorable Abansuma na Kingsford Backbin a wo ye speaker of parliament ogina ne tumi so e kan se ene wo kasa pa kasa de obru bi so egina amra so kan se se mra shebedwam enkonwa nan adane mpan e wo mu se akabosumi mienu am yakwa koto abade na enso enam se sa nkrofo no wo mayi wo mu tie firi wo mu party mu no makote wo mu so wo mu ko independent anasa kontakurunti na esese ye kan se akonwa na wo mu tim wo mra shebedwam no ye yi wo matoase akonwa na enam so ama wo kansa na ese niema adane niema shift niema sesan kasa eti majority side na nasa edom kase no adane no hote sa bosoma kotre akwa kopie NDC amonyekuo no afam ama sese MPP4 mo na baba ye minority e wo anasa edom kuma no e wo ho na se wo hwa we nyina eye ginaye a esese wo mu esie efise sa na emra no eka no na enam se independent member of parliament ya ye nim se ebra Ghana ye share Fourth Republic yasi ma shebedwa de akoso pa no de we de yehu bi da na yehu bi kra ne nseso kra da yenim se wo mo ba na wo mo ye pepepe NDC ne MPP no wo mo nyina ye pepepe ene kopie mu se eye honorable Andrew Amoako asia ma wono ko independent no wono kan se wakọ NPP for afan no na ma MPP for wo mo ekoye majority nkanye no de a ene na nka wo mo nyina na eye pepepepe ewom na eno ena enam so ama be piem se nipa nan a wo mo ankasa free mu no NDC honorable Peter Yakwachiaka a ono Amemfi Central no ogina no wakọ independent nti ono no enam sa abasenti na konwa no abono aye Western region wo honorable Andrew Amoako asia ma fomena ono so sa independent no a honorable Kodwa Asante NPP mashebedwani wo suhum wo Eastern region ono so ka ho ena NPP maame honorable Cynthia Morrison Agona West ono so enam so ono so si gina yes wodi ncho wo ne primary sinti wo kọ eye kontekro no enti ama ono so na konwa no abono nti akabosumi mienu ama Ghana yakwa akoto aba nenso enieme mu asesa wo emashebedwam na eno na speaker na so chiame odam mashebedwa no wo mu no obo amane se article 97 clause 1G ewo 1992 constitution no ma ho kwan se ye ne sana na ebi mu kasa ye daache emra shebedwa no se a ye daache ma shebedwa asem bai ye mena ya hwehwa to enti current parliament anase ma shebedwa wo mo tie adwumu no ye adwuma nkasa eti sa mra shebedwa dibre enan no wase ye mpan a obia ente so na wo wiye no na speaker of parliament HM say we no asem honorable Haruna Idrusu wono na ema asasem no so awe NDC mashebedwani say de akoso ne nkrofo bi akọ independent etese say ye pam wo mu free mashebedwam ho enam so ama speaker no gina ne tumi so ne mmra so eto anamo bi etesa.
Accordingly, I proceed to inform the House that by the notification of the polls, the following members of Parliament have by their actions vacated their seats in Parliament. The members are Honorable Peter Yao Kwache Aka, NDC MP for Amenfi Central in the Western region, now referred to as an independent parliamentary candidate for the same constituency. 2. Honorable Andrew Amwako Asiama, independent member for Fomna constituency in Ashanti region, now referred to as MPP parliamentary candidate for the constituency. 3. Honorable Kojo Asante, MPP MP for Suhum in the Eastern region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. And finally, Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison, MPP MP for Agona West constituency in the Central region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. These MPs cannot be allowed by law and my good self to continue to pretend to be representing people that they don't believe in and they don't have any loyalty for in this house any longer. The house is accordingly so informed.
Yeah, enti Ochamia Wadamra Shebejano no Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, one Kasaya, Wojina ni Tumisu etimu prekope. Now we na Dr. Atufo Sananko no na ye minority leader, and answer Edom Kumano Bando, then say no, and nam speakers more kind to a baba majority leader. Watch him so the speaker says, so when Yakudro, Etwana Mobia, it is and they said, woman the majority caucus in Parliament. One more, Womusa Kabusumi Munudie, now one more court, Nansono. Womo ebehwe se niema papa ebekoso nyina niema kakra kabosumi mienu no womo begina mu dia magana for majority leader no Dr. Atufo since womo begina mu magana for de ebeboa Ghana for nko a na NDC for no ebeye ho adwuma na we nyina said de medi kan na speaker kan Suhum Amenfi Central Agona West na Fomena sabre adane mpan na sansema Dr. Atufo sin editu dwa no wo bo amane se ensesa na aba wo tumi mu wo mrahye no abakosem kese pa.
The people of Ghana voted for the NDC majority, but if not certain machinations, this should have happened from day one of this parliament. But you see, finally we are here. We are here to do the business of the people of Ghana. We are here to begin the process to reset our country. Our country has gone through very difficult times. In fact, oftentimes the people of Ghana have blamed Parliament for not standing up for the people of Ghana. But obviously, you can't blame the NDC minority because we were not having the working majority. Today, we have the working majority. And we'll begin the process to reset our country. We want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana that the NDC majority will stand for the people of Ghana. Move to the majority side and elect a new second deputy speaker on Tuesday.
Na eti Dr. Ato Forson our NDC majority leader. Na we na mrahye bedwani o no ton na baton pesa so no bo samoluku de to ablakwa. Wono nso chem se NPP for a wo mo majority caucus na no asem wo mo ka no. E wo mo se wo mo ye former etwem adadafo no. Eye hypocritical eye nyatwem. Dwumadie na wo mu die no.
To the Supreme Court when Professor Okwe delivered the same verdict. Speaker Bagbin has only followed a precedent set by this House. And you are experienced followers of Parliament. You know that Parliament is run by three main pillars: the Constitution, the standing orders, and then our conventions. That is what drives Parliament, what undergirds the work of Parliament. And so the hypocrisy and the double standards, when they were doing the same to Honorable Esiama 4 years ago, why didn't they go to the Supreme Court? So they should spare us that. We have work to do. The Ghanaian people are looking up to the new majority to rescue them and to reset Ghana. And that's exactly what we are going to do.
We Honorable Samuel Okudie Trablakwa and Ayetene. Na sansem ya eno mampani dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama we de mintimi nkamanuntum. Me party pass so one be majority leader. Ene mani agye me ho ankasa. Na de ji abreme ne se we kire se samampa ene to de badin. Eti de akoso we kire se bibia no. NDC nkunim de na eba no. Se ye ba beto aba kabosumi mienu am ya ba beto aba. Na nkrofo bi akwa independent no makonwa bo mu se de tira bokoto no na akwa se NDC aba be majority de na se majority na mu no moko presidential majority parliamentary majority eti nneɛma papa so adeɛ no mframa papa na abɔde agu NDC so no a kyerɛ sɛ NDC nkunimdie no ɛno a ɛna abamu no eti we de n'ani agye ne ho papa fi sɛ wo sɛ shift na ɔn sɛ de power na si adane pa no a na kyerɛ sɛ saa na afia bato no so ɛbɛdane na aba NDC fo ho na ɔmakoso a ɛdi nkunim.
The report I am hearing is that the speaker has declared 4 seats vacant. Of the 4 seats, 3 are from the MPP and 1 is from the NDC. So if those seats have been declared vacant, then it means in the life of one parliament, the minority has turned to the majority and the majority has turned to the minority. So for me, God is even showing a sign of what is going to happen. Because even before we have cast one single ballot, the NDC has become the majority.
Na omampani dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Tuja say wo mu say NDC party no mani agye efisɛ wo mu sɛ nkunimdie na ye wo dia December 7 na eba na nso ma no nsi hɔ a wo mu nyina entu anamon na wo mu enkoto aba no sɛ de bɛyɛ bɛma de nyame aye ne dada no ebetimi abamu ede ama wo mu.
But we have to make it a reality on 7th December 2024. And that is when the people of Ghana are going to cast their votes. And I know that 7th December 2024 is going to be a watershed event that will change the course of Ghana's history.
Eni ayeti ye eyo mampani dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Salamat Kuku Pentel ND ebaye Volta River Authority staff groups omudi adesrede ne krata akwa koma mrahye ne say the energy bill bi aba mrahye bedwam energy minister ND baye na omone na nyadwene so omususu sese agi tumu a ebe hadwene na owura tete ahen oye national chairman de ma VRA senior staff association echem say sa energy bill si Eshishene say bema VRA hydro asset no wo mu ne bui power authority na akwa bom na aye baako na afa so VRA thermal asset no nso no yayi thermal power authority nso afrim na wo mu giri say no eba sa pa de bekwa koma content kro bia na say private investor bi eto ru atete ahia akire mu say ehu hia if the VRA for wo mu gino mo na nso so wo betimi aye wo mu ntotoye.
Semusi mudi ye ba be bobwe mu bui isu ye na adwuma omuso mu ye adwuma fine sesi akra omu tremu akọ renewable energy solar ni ehun kika ho mudi ya be bom ayeden enti yesremu ade we mu ya mu ba be gu adwuma be say adwuma because the professionalism and then the experience they have gained in renewables no e ade a wo say ma omu nkoso sa na bia so nkoso bui power in terms of nibo e ye di say via radio no e be start times 2 times 3 enti mudi be bom a dia na be kire say price ni form iti eno enye adwuma VRA adwuma no is one of the best in the world say 350 hydro generation plants ever world nyina VRA ne toso 3 very well efficient managed plant afa mu ba be ti dama no every VRA ho akoton ama nkura na esi enu kra boboe ebema Ghanaians abre go price no be cost slow.
Na orun tete ahia esanto asubiem se de wo bill ni mo na nasa san hyehyeye no Northern Electricity Distribution Company NEDCO wo mo ni ECG dwumadie bi ebekoso ekyese energy bill no be ma ho kwan ama de wo be ye no emma ekitahudie ma fi se Northern Electricity Distribution Company ni ECG be kan bom na ECG for no kra na eka wo mo de VRA no mo san de independent power producers no mo abi wo mo dwuma mo de nya enyinam kane ma wo mo koto no enyasam ketwa ne abeka wo mo abom.
Objective ni say mu ye we ama price abadown no enye true enti yesrem na we yes so a we di koma ankura say ankura power omdi Ghanaians no ebru 50% mu di VRA dey no kan ho a ebe about 75% na VRA nso eye national security asset ebe affect your national security the energy security and our economy enti ma mo ye omudi NEDCO nso ebe kan ECG ho you see ECG ko hu na di ano say ECG nyame na make o na POS na Edigoma president sorry waka na sema esi ewo ECG no se wan ma weni anko ho a ebebu se e car ebu ECG so no se wan sorry a na se sia ECG wo tie se emu a udi nu kwa kan NEDCO ho ayeden ademu pese emu se NEDCO na enu embo agane.
Eni ayeti ye eye owura tete ahia. Why National Chairman de Mavia Senior Staff Association and our non so action adjune ede afahono. Emmanuel Akole ni William Gentu and Edia Maneboy ebaye. Kasebo wutie free peace 104.3 FM so ya home so ya baye beko Kenya ne akohe. Kenya man panyina bedi ekira ye ne toase akonya bra wada hospital a yare eba ne sei ebesamba.
The Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. We are obeying good warranty, dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokomimli.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, new business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and Nidaho, a wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Our monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua Hodwa or ton phones and their home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 02079373323 and now so Brokokomemle satellite in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor.
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real moment for Tiapopa.
Amen Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one Fidian was so, Yawudaswa, and Fidian Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sao Yadi.
Amen, a expert or one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia Nurse Fonso, or what Sima?
Amen Scientific at the Herbal, Homeopathy, Naturopathy, and Reflexology, na Sayadi.
So, one I will pay, and I are in the same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yaria expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah ohwato na wonso dia dance said the Ghana Fonia brochure for be dia dance no
Accra Amen Scientific ewo dome Obersnet Flats and Alashibinso our Klagon ebe Shaman Road under bridge ope
our Krabata P Fre non sure dia ben wo 0245275254 ana 020-722-9505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo.
The luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. The luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bosses,
friends,
teachers,
bankers. You could be the luckiest, you could be the luckiest.
Let's
go. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bosses,
friends,
teachers,
bankers. The luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
We afei yenko Kenya memu. Kenya senators a woman ne wotumi omo be kire se wo bedi hene anasa wo beto fom ayese twedi ampo nyankopon a abode nyina ekuta no wono ena esi hene ena wotu hene tumi nyina ewura na Kenya for nso senators no wo magina wo mutubi so aka se deputy president Rigathi Gachagua womo ayi ne toase akonya afiri ho ede ne baaye wono kra so yare da hospital na impeachment ne nyina ne se yade subo bi bo no ena subo no wagusu a ye toto na no fa ho nti obepie wo manimu a na wo mo atoto na no na saa gachwa gwai ni di etafre rigiji na sese nko obepie wo manim no mototo na osman na lawyer se na lawyer meka nkyere omo se wo yare a yaje na to hospital no omo se yemfa ho se yaje wato hospital yemfa ho se yaje wato hospital yempe delay bia yempe se yebeche e wa ha eti ade ne de se wa amade a ene woda hospital wo na hospital o ya remove ya yi wa free ho ya vote out wonya mampanyina bedi akire biem na nkrofo chiremu se eye ga chagwa yi wo ye wealthy businessman obi a wo ye business wo sika pa a wo free central mount Kenya region ho omo so ye ba bi a wo mo e wo sika nkasa ane ma koyie pa no achiremu se sa impeachment na ite se de wo ye amonyosem na yesi wabo na eho asem no na empanifo se ekora ye yi wo free ho ye de subuo bi bo no efa corruption na money laundering secretary hyehyɛ no pro ni dwurubdie bi akoso wo ne dwumadiem ɛna sika bi abedidi ne ho a ensem fata na emfie mienu achi a yeto aba ma woni wuruto mo be ye president na ne sesa abre ya ba be yi na to ase akonyade ya firi ho a ɛho asɛm no ene apie wo Kenya ɛno nkomo ɛna wo mo edi kasebo no asi yefrem yakoso agwaboaje betimi afrem yakoso enhira na ensem a mede esom mo anopai de makotene bi ene se wɔkyem ya wɔdam na hyebedwa no ano adi atodwa se enma hyebedwa dibre enan se ayam pan eti se NDC majority na NPP minority no na se majority leader Dr. Atoforsen wabo amane se wo musa kabusumi mienu na ye kwakoto abade ne nso wo mu ogidie se ebre kakra na aka no wo mu beye wo mafam die biara ama Ghana kakra bi ebeba bia no yetimi enya ho emfaso enyumaku ebo michidom JA company JA Binding Company Limited wo mu de bind stain remover and a new bind 20 disinfectant aba na de ebo ne se wunya bind 20 disinfectant na no de mu ohwam etu de kakra gu nso na de pepa form wa utimi se wo ho no ba bia ye kama na nso bind stain remover na tra bia wo WC ne wo sink ne mu asna e green ne brown se wunya bind stain remover na wo di tu ase a ana wo di go ebeyi ne nyina na ye fita pepepe enti bomodian se obekọ mos ahodo obenya bia to anaso betimi afre 0243104883 0243104883 Emma Kivo hot pepper se ye ni brani ase adaje akodwoma koto mekwa bebubu neti e de egu blend dem a blend de ahwie o da bia so ne so Wunya Kivo hot pepper na ya bibia fe ya wonketo ne akese eti wo ye noodle spaghetti shito stew soup eno anase nkwan anase bibia na eno anase wo hwie de agum eye pepepe mekohyo eye Kivo Yamvita infant cereal eno so ewo ho na ankoda no se ewo mo fofora ye ma wo mo exclusive or exclusive breastfeeding ye ma mo no fusu abosumi nsia na o mutimi didi no aduane esesa wo de ma no eye Yamvita ye woni wheat ye woni rice ye woni maize so ho na se wo de ma wo ba no a se ye wheat se ye rice se ye maize akoda no nyine from ye tokontokomobi ho a obedi wo nyine kama o se obedi di a ede pa mokura mo mampa aduane die no se mo de Yamvita man akoda ne be di fi se Yamvita na ede nkoda ne pe edi se wo yo banta na oba ne didi eden oh te se mentafo no musu ano a no mo didi eden eni ehye no nso man Yamvita sabe no mehu Yamvita ntem mehu Yamvita nkaja me di puapua wo mo ebe ma akoda no wa ye kama iron ewom calcium ewom eni ade ni nyina wo wheat rice eni maize ne mo na hye no nso se FDA wo mo agye atom Onga Mama's Helping Hands. Na ongalicious no. Where ye seasoning would ye nkwan a, would ye stew, would ye aduane a, would ye jollof, would ye kontomre stew no wifey we season onga ena hosbi wama na ye kama hajia wahune wache no eye onga shito no so eno na ye ne saa no eti secret spice na ewo mu no onga shrimp no eye no onga monko ye peduane no ede ye spices bi se ya na ama ye redeem na twetwe ye adentia onga seasoning no monko no ongalicious fabi aduane medimafo heba Dr. Tamodaso woto nsafro se yare ya eti se bia wo fa baabi na adwodwo anase bia wo pa wo ana wokotodwe usisi bra na wo yen hwa doctor fo ene nimdifo mo ho mo gina mo na so a ye be pense yare mu ne etu ase prekope enti onga wode ye aduane no na medimafo heba enso eboa wo mpomdin mu na aboa amwatimi agina wo na so enti medimafo heba ko na yenhwe won tententem e won kran ha ya wo mabo mo sesen wo poko ase mayira e wo ha ya ekwan na nwa 83 0244 774 282 0244 774 282 and 0500727215 0500727215 midima for heba eno ano no wonum nso a eye special eyes and natural mineral water abodu nso ena sa wo pe ba bi ede usika to a obia enim se Ghana ha de eye best point savings saloons ene ye no wo mo eye adwuma na nya best point a eye hwan eti fa usika no koto obi na sa wo pe bosia pe na best point for apebi e de amount best point yet wo so a na ya sorry ya home so ye ba de obokrata hodo no ye de beba
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM
Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie Ghana muntie
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM
Auntie esini ne photocopy ni. Me wo mo achewo na mokose he de na ekọ.
Auntie ama, akoso na nya kwan ewo university o. Na sika me de ba mana kokra na atomiti paye. 2500 de. Me kofa ne he. Ene Ghana yetie.
Oh, esi. Na se we de wo ne ha okra. Won te se NDC ne de ma ama se wo baba mu. Enkra wo pese wo ko university o man ne de no. Afia edi nkan no. Wa fa sa aka ni nyina. Se ye technical university, college of education, nursing training, ana se de ka ho nyina. E ho ka nyina wa fa. Afia edi nkan no. Eye free.
Hey, sir. Where do you say yasemode o? Ebema ye koma han yo.
Esi, na sanya no nko o. Hwe enkra wo mo ewo school mu dada. Wo mo to ma desua so. So mama se wo ba. De bibia ye fe ne student loan plus beba. Wo mo betumi apply na o ma je bosia. Wo mo de beto ma desua so. It is a course say. Wo do second year. And one say student loan plus. Wo kwaji bi na o de atwea ne nhomesua so.
Oh, mampanyi mahama. Na me nhyira o.
Esi, esanya no nko. Ye nuanu ma sabi wo mo edi dem a wo pese wo to nhomesua so kosua pon mu no. So mama so obe mama ko university no free a won't ya she.
Oh, eni amampanyi mahama. Yakupon hire yefunu a wo wo.
En sakraye mrene ni. So obe man sakraye papa. So obe ma John Mahama ne NDC.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Minianum Ghana for MPP Amanyokua, Wababedi Ncho, Wabatwemo, and I'm no Ditro, said John Dramani Mahama, and NDC bar, Wobeka free SHS mo, and ya no creda. No crane say John Mahama was share progressively free SHS Arsenal, was say what bar, obey free SHS ni ye, the obey say, obey double track no everyone. Afei so what the young grand to aso suku ebeba beka free SHS no ebe suafo ni nia ne die mu so a oso obeye ni ye na tete ye omu komi every ho mumi enti every John Dramani Mahama ankasa ho.
I wish to state emphatically that free senior high school education has come to stay. If anybody tells you that I, John Dramani Mahama, son of E.A. Mahama, will abolish free SHS when I come, tell the person he is a bloody liar. What I'm against is the poor implementation of the free SHS, which is creating great inconvenience for the parents, for the students, and for the teachers. And the point I've made is that we can implement it better so that we can bring a quick end to the double track system. We want our children to go to school at the same time
and all vacate at the same time. If this government had followed our plan of continuing with the 200 new senior secondary schools that we're building, we won't have the current situation that we have in our free SHS plan.
Etionia, Yasheye, or MPP Troyo, Tuabama Sakrai Papa, Tuabama John Mahama, any NDC.
Ghana Muntie, Naman Sanyason, at the Roko Fiaman Woman so Ejiji Tonton Sansan, I would need 100.9 FM.
Small ya, Monche you, ye politicians, dear, ye they are no yet. Honestly, and Tokwan see what Ghana in Naman a man signing in a new Biana Debo, any Mamun, or here, any politicians. Assemble Kwabaka or Tekremasono, a chance kind. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya see one no 1 year chinjia ya kunta go. Ye wi ya frustra ko numti nam ne yewe. Mu ana moko. Me catch them on okware. There are people here. Enne wo muhu mi a wo musi wo muti ase. Osafo mafo o himfa enye MPP. Ninu yakuma AGYEMAN or NDC. Shelia Ite or NDC no a minister. Ninu Penny Professor Ite or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti or NDC. Na papa waka baby Peter Lajeti or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himfa or MPP. Ninu Penny John Jinapo or NDC. Me and me Jina Hay, me or MPP. Ninu Penny Kamara or NDC. Ye fear ye dakom. No number dakom. Me Martina me Jina me catch them one me who opposition da o. Me party dia wa co-opposition. But me kasa me co-opposition. Look, woman that you want. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP a co-opposition. But me dia me co-opposition. Because NDC wa power me didi. Kamara me kono homa me score be mame. And then me wa part me wa power. Bibi here na obe frame me. Ye kasa da na ma who opposition no. Enti mondwin my party and my content. That's the only thing.
Party based upon which he came to parliament at the time of his election into that parliament. So at the time of Kojo Asante's election to Parliament of Ghana, he was MPP member. And therefore he must remain MPP member until 6 January 2025. At the time, Apia as Andiasiama, MPP and independent member for Fomena, was filing his nomination to come to Parliament in 2021. He came as an independent member for Fomena, and therefore within the 4-year mandate, his status must not change. Have their status changed or not? It has changed. And the speaker says that that article was put into the constitution to be able to protect the loyalty of the members of parliament to their constituent. So if you have come and you have changed your loyalty, should they still allow you to be there? So clearly, we don't need to belabor this. And I don't think even a professor, Professor Wayoseni got it wrong. And you don't need a professor to tell you this. It's as clear as that. So I don't think the speaker got it wrong. The political parties, if not politics that they are doing, are aware of the consequences. And that is why they always defer primaries in those constituencies that they are massaging. If not, Why is it that in January they didn't open nominations in Formina? Why is it that in 2012 MPP didn't open nomination in 2010 at Bepai? They always wait to beat the constitutional 6 months constitutional period where there can be no by-election. Can you imagine if this had happened in January and we went for by-election in Formina? Can you imagine what would happen? This is what they were dodging. Why were they dodging it? So we must not take it as if it is the speaker who has given the ruling. Then they are saying, oh, there must be Supreme Court. Speaker is interpreting the Constitution. He must allow the Supreme Court to rule. My brother, was it the Supreme Court that ruled against Abraham Kofi Asante? Was it the Supreme Court that ruled upon Inus Afuseni? Was it the Supreme Court that ruled upon Andi Asiama? They say Andi Asiama, MP for Formina. My brother, if it is not broken, don't fix it.
Yama kwa be Bagana Montie so ni 100.9 about 6:39. Na ye to also na said the winning on na Friday weekly retrospect. En sama kese pa esisi na ochi. Ye de ni nyina begu apono no so ne titru. Eye Ghana mrashe bedafia ne majority attend minority attend majority. Dynamics na play ye pa. Na ba so ye bedu come on now no pay with 100.9. Na anopay me bo kebidin e de kansem. Greater Accra Syria College MPP one more president. Kebi me mwache.
Yeah, you know nana.
Na to say
apom de nyankopon amade achime me dana se.
Ye de nyame ase. Anopa me kasa mu ana be bo wudin e de kansem because da bia na ya na ye twe. Say mrahye bedwafo no eye mrahye adwuma no na eye adwuma pote ye se wo mokoye. Enti aya yenya isa yedi mpuntuo ni antansa ni ade de ebo mo na wo reaction e wo ho a wuti amena so ene sen
mo me dase mo ne yo Mark wo ye adwuma se de ese na dia ama wo ya benyina ye lack of communication se me menya se be a me 1 minute 2 minutes me de kire asemu wo asemu bi a ye de 30 minutes aka e be de se metimi de e bi a 1 minute 2 minutes na bono to fam ni party mase yi enu ntimi ya na ma communication gap no e be mu sa no na me hwemu a me no nyina e kasem ba ako but be bi a me free ba no e na ama entiase kakra bi nyaduma Mark me nka da se MPs no womun kokai womun ni satro no me ba me ye kwai me yum womun keka ne makase akase ye metai pa fu ye yi se aspirant okwa akopa konwa no no obehye bo akese ade no nso eye ebo ene womun kohye se de kan no enye bo hye ene wo hye womun keka sa nyema no na Mark ne nyina ne se enipa no a okoto abama no wohun se and looking at me press akasa na wokan gullibility o enipa no o machire hwe MP ni begina o se memma o kwai memma nsuo memma o se ya na mum se ke nipa no ye sophisticated to say me there's no way say will be aspirant bi begina o se oba obeye me kwa amame na me gina so ato ababa no never and nti masma me kan nyina na se mum ye educate radio adwuma no ye education information and entertainment. It is yedikai educate voter noa. There's no way. Say MP no as far as me ko gina waka chance to abama me na me ba me ma o. Me ye kwaye. Kimi kopa. Woni se nipa no enim na dwuma a obeye. Enti ko ba ye obegina ho na beto o nyina ho. Wonim de wo pa ye to abama o. Sa na me pese Ghana ye nyina ye ne educate electorate no. No mo hu se MP were part of developmental agenda no na mum no ya chichem obia wone de etina nana Akufo-Addo time wo be pa konwa no wo ba wo se me ba me yese no wo wi ya wo wini no wo de obi ya frɛ no MCE or DC abesia nanam se wo no na bibia akobusa no Eti si esa akobusa MP no obegina wo de dada ya na enim de yeye eti na me say yema electorate no sophisticated na aspirant MP no dada no. That is all that I'm saying. But MPs no de no kura se wo mu ditro e ko hihye ba enye wo mu adwuma enso wo mu koka. Sa na mpeza me kire that.
All right. But I said now when him MPs so wo mu wo common fund a o man no aya ye de ma omo. It is a MP ni betimi ahwe ne common fund a osusu so betimi anya. No de ahyebo e de amane manfo. MPC bi wo ho aye ni MPC ni bia wo mo akasa no innovatively wo mo creating network bia ma omo ho a wo mo timinya bibi wo behwe sewing machines na o che de mane manfo. Wo behwe obi a waye ni tie wie na o so o masene wo mo wo kwan o mo fa so nya bibi e de bo omo manfo na eno so en
mo Mark ene se sebe ensatia wo Nyankopon bo ani nyina enyepe so ho enna ya hyehyɛ amamuo no ya hyehyɛ ne yɛse obi bɛyɛ mmrahye bedwani a tete ho no ɛyɛ obi a wobusa for years ɛyɛ busy a no mu time no ne twɛto na de ɛyɛ ne sɛ yɛ de sika de ma MP ɛna ɔde kɔyɛ mpuntudwuma no enti yɛ ba Fourth Republic de ɔmo yɛ ne sɛ yɛ decentralization enti ya kicha mamuo no mu kitinkiti afa sambre mai afa DC enti mpuntudwuma no firi wo mo so kakra na ekosoro ene ye ne se wo mo hihye na ntin constitution no mo se MP no ye ma ne bibi kakra na se de no ono na eye no na se ye twam se MP ni bibia ya to abama na wo ye MP keke no okotra bema wo mo kra no irrelevant ye mu wo mo so wo ye we enti ye mo bibi kakra to say what you say school fees ni ade so aka wo mo timi tua ba ni nyina wo ko di si ho MP ka so betua wo school fees mpa ma wo a wo ko di so ka na letter na ade ko di si ho na wa me use sika na ma so ho sa na tie to say ebe ma wo mo animu mfiri amamuo no mu kra eti ye bibi kakra bi a wo mo ye na wo mo na ye ne say wo ko ka ye se lobby ya abasu say obe lobby enti mark de mibusa ne se me Nyankopon bo me no school a me call ye MP nso ye to kra enye education background ye de to ma wo enti se me my uncle school na se ya to aba ma me na ma ba parliament ho a na se me need lobbying skills wo de bi mpo ma co school whatever but me need lobbying skills a me de ensese buntu no ebi so me manfo no awo se bi so omo so enti de ya na se ya chicha de ne kakra no obi so ho a wo ne sika wotimi tue school fees wotimi ye school dai bebre wonu ade ne sika no wasi school dai ni ade ya common fund no kentimi nye so ho enti no nkyere se so obi ye sa na me ntimi anya na mu parliamentary job na de ma me no my year successfully ema bibia akoso a na because of some ntimi ankoye road enti ni ade agina so ato abeti ya me na sebe ye democracy no a ye pese ye ni America ye pay ye ni ha ye pay ye ni Britain ye pay no ye be dey ni aye enti de me kire nyina ne se enipa na so obo ne ho panyina no okọ meti se me baby amete mark MP akọ wakoka se gata se nsu atoyi mark kwan ya befa so abeba besi me rodum edin se meti se me MP akọ wakọbọ so se gates aban no momodene DC aso ye ma ne bibi no omomra no omfa me ya why ade why na dwuma ma me expect se wono na oso obeye ye gates obeye me kwai no ma me na emom wokọbọ so wo parliament na ya no mahu se aban no na ma me ye DC no ne instruct no mo me ye face ka mai na emom nya MP no effort wa sa na mpesa me kire
okay it is a say no wo ka kire Ghanaian electorates aka abosome baako no na otwe kakra ne akoto abai wo mo fi wo mani hwe MPs no bossa wo mo hye no wo mo we mfa
wo mo hye chi ho no ya na mpese yi se ebo a wo mo hye nye bohye
ebo a wo mo hye yo
ai enti de me kan nyina no se wo bia wo ti menya ka de bia ye ba de ye boso Mumbo wo begira wo so obeye okwa ya wo ye torofo Oh, na deɛ woka na obi de ayɛ mfato so wohwɛ mark yɛnka no korɛ sɛ wohwɛ adwo asafo constituency for years a wodi yi hwɛ dɔme kwa benya hɔ na wo da area wonim hwɛ kwai hodo ɛyɛ wo bi sɛ adwo asafo ɛyɛ ne bottom sika anaasɛ wɔno deɛ lobbying skills a wɔwanti nkoa no ayɛ ne ayɛ yakwa yɛ asphalt road ni ade ɛyɛ because of sabai na hwɛ sɛ developmental issue no wɔde kɔ hɔ enti so ɔno akɔka ne yɛkɔyɛ a na nkyerɛ sɛ MP no enti sɛ foforɔ ba no wɔntimi nyɛyɛ a ne nyina yɛ o we ba yɛ wɔ yɛsɛ ne we deɛ wɔnyɛ hwee wɔho na kyerɛ sɛ yɛalowa yɛamamuo no ɛno na mepɛ sɛ electorate no yɛ sophisticated sɛ obi ɔbɛba bɛgyina na meba mɛma mo nsuo mo kɔ 30 kilometers mɛyɛ so ne ade sɛ wonim wɔn wɔ opposition so ɔba na wɔntimi anyɛ a wɔse babae wo de mo hwɛ mo ayi ɛde bɛ bibi constituency watch ya o kwa yes na bae nipa wanti bi anye mark how can you justify that say na bae nipa wa na say oman no ayɛ amamuo no ayɛkum no wo de wa bae nipa wa won ka ho na e de nti ne yi MP wo de akogina ho so enti ma yenye ne saa ne educate electorate ni say enye na dwuma enti obeka na bae ama anaso okɔ ne anya ama no a ontimi nyɛ hwee enti sɛ DC no ne ma DC no a wo mo ye di adwuma hwe wo mo nsa no wo mo nyɛ no wo mo do wo mo nsa hwe wo mo nsa tam no wo mo gi sika die no ye ma DC no enti na nanka me pene so se ye nto aba FED ye to aba ta wa na obeye campaign to ba na de obekeka DC ne ade wa anya na no de ye bod de ye de atu a me bob me se me aka me de last week abesi mi ka so abodewuro se DC we wonye ma mo nto aba ma no ne ade so ho na MPDA de akoye kwasia na ntatwene
na kebi amanyo asem ne ye yo wama nkoka sensem na sese no ye electricity obi asom ye ne de obi apede oti a ebeboa no MP so ne opponent ono so na maybe oka bi foforo nti e ko ono so koka de de ono so bei ono so enkoka de nti sa na akoye yen na ye bia ye de pressure no to wo so na e mo so e kan nsem e de che na gampi kura de obi kura awo na okoto ne bedin kura na e ho ntansa nyina no e se ye de bo MP why
e no ntini abi before make say etro enti say mark me se said ye make wo mark catch them me wo kakasa ye me de pass ayi na wo kan gullibility mark wo fi say wo obi beti wo begina so akoto aba say MP so oba obeye kwan ama wo bema wo nsuo ba bia wo tie nsuo ni ho MP ne se me ba mema wo nsuo ni ade na no na wo gina so akoto aba so edi dia me pese ye se ye nyina ye educate wo na ye nimie si ye ni bia I can tell you say MP no wo mo ba wo beye campaign na wo beka die eye na dwuma a otimi emrama no kwai so otimi ye no obeka no akere yen enti woni ka me dada yen eye na da enti me mark me ye bibia say me tikuro na sika semu na me kura mete no NGO ka de me ya ne say me ko 265 constituencies no or 275 no education kwa na me dey ma only last week up me one pickup na ayisi so a SCC edwuma na wo mo anye no ka me koye se me duru baabia na makosre kwai afiri o hene ho ni ade na me ka kire nipa no de ye na dwuma se wo so ye sei de wo so ye sei de wo so ye sei me bodde wuro no sa every constituency ka be sa emma won timi me dada me so obeye campaign wa begina ho muntu aba mame na we say ba ye wa nye say na me na mba me say ne ekoto aba ma na president ama wasa begina wa ka kire me say me wo opposition mo anto ama me president nti ene me ntimi ameye ase ne say
and yes excuse
okay so enti me argument nyina no say ki betimi aboa masa ade no electric na sophisticated na MPs no ajai eniema bia mark hwe ma me ma one typical so ahwa MPC a yesum wo mu MP ne ka ne yiri di kodum MP se kabonimu die ne badi ko school se kabonimu die wode kodum se kabonimu yesu emra kire se MP nam kwa so ko parliamenta wo ye bibi kra ye nchi no enti se ne baka wode ko school na se eko pim bibi na wonam kwa so na police yes o MP car ni agya no ma no kwa ye di no kura me ho ana se ye dey adenti na enye car na wo de kọ adwuma ye MP at the time wa wotimu no e na sika no e kare animu as MP na car eko ba bia watena car no da pick up where you got e kare animu MP ye musi e wa de ntra me no kasam ba ko na mum dia me kira me say me dia ye say ye ma ye ni a ye koto aba no sebe aduasa mo fa nche me ye nimie mo ni we am bu ye ya me dada ye eno na meka
okay yeah that's it kebi I don't pay nyame enjira won so Kobe Badu serial callers president Greater Accra do Greater Accra MPP serial callers former president I don't know need 100.9 yeah kaja na gumo
the party based upon which he came to parliament at the time of his election into that parliament. So at the time of Kojo Asante's election to Parliament of Ghana, he was MPP member. And therefore he must remain MPP member until 6 January 2025. At the time, Apia as Andiasiama, MPP and independent member for Fomena, was filing his nomination to come to Parliament in 2021. He came as an independent member for Fomena, and therefore within the 4-year mandate, his status must not change. Have their status changed or not? It has changed. And the speaker says that that article was put into the constitution to be able to protect the loyalty of the members of parliament to their constituent. So if you have come and you have changed your loyalty, should they still allow you to be there? So clearly, we don't need to belabor this. And I don't think even a professor, Professor Wayoseni got it wrong. And you don't need a professor to tell you this. It's as clear as that. So I don't think the speaker got it wrong. The political parties, if not politics that they are doing, are aware of the consequences. And that is why they always defer primaries in those constituencies that they are massaging. If not, why is it that in January they did open nominations in Fomena? Why is it that in 2012 MPP didn't open nomination in 2010 at Bekwai? They always wait to beat the constitutional 6 months constitutional period where there can be no by-election. Can you imagine if this had happened in January and we went for by-election in Fomena? Can you imagine what would happen? This is what they were dodging. Why were they dodging it? So we must not take it as if it is the speaker who has given the ruling. Then they are saying, oh, there must be Supreme Court. Speaker is interpreting the Constitution. He must allow the Supreme Court to rule. My brother, was it the Supreme Court that ruled against Abraham Kofi Asante? Was it the Supreme Court that ruled upon Inus Afuseni? Was it the Supreme Court that ruled upon Andiasiama? They say Andiasiama, MP for Fomena. My brother, if it is not broken, don't fix it. You go to Supreme Court for interpretation. But as long as Parliament is concerned, the one who defend and interpret the rules of procedure, so long as Parliament is concerned, is the Speaker of Parliament. And therefore, we must not be shaking our responsibility. Even as minority leader then, the Speaker defended the Constitution. And it was upheld by the then venerable, distinguished Speaker Peter Ajete. And therefore, I don't think that what the new minority are doing is in the right direction. They are wrong, and they must agree that they are wrong. And they should have foresaw this. They should have foresaw it. If they know Bekwai or Edis in there, Fomena is their stronghold, they should have supported the member of parliament because looking at the sensitive nature of this current parliament. But they themselves were running after Apia Kubi. They were running after Asiama. They were running after Cynthia Morrison. When you don't have the numbers,
Majority Leader, still Majority Leader, to address you on the communication that just came from the Speaker. So may we listen to the Majority Leader.
All right, so we've just witnessed a conspiracy between the Speaker and the minority to bring confusion in the House. It is clear that Mr. Speaker avoided service of the writ to do the bidding of the NDC. It's so clear, but we believe in the law. We, as the majority caucus, immediately are boycotting Parliament until this matter is determined by the Supreme Court. The Speaker has no right to interpret the Constitution, and it is so clear that what he did was to give advantage to the NDC and do the bidding of the NDC. We are not going to go further to litigate. We have a process at the court. We'll follow it up. If the court makes a pronouncement, we'll respect the orders of the court. But because we believe that the issues we have raised are issues for interpretation.
Or the ruling he has made, we think it's very wrong. It's fundamentally wrong. Yes, there are these provisions that is alluded to, but as far as we are concerned, the import of those provisions are the import is not what he has articulated today. These individuals have said that going into the next election, not this Parliament, going into the election 20th in December and going to next Parliament, 2025 Parliament, they propose to be independent candidates. We think that it's absolutely nothing to do with their standing now as members of the current Parliament. We think it is wrong. We filed documents in the Supreme Court for interpretation. The Speaker himself has said that these are matters which call for interpretation. Somehow he's taking the matters of himself, and he's rude that those people have vacated their position, thereby declaring us in the minority, straight away in the minority. So I suspect he's going to ask them to move over, and then they take up government. This is horrendous, it's atrocious. I haven't seen anything like this in my life. But then talking about my life, this particular Parliament has been something extraordinary.
I mean, he based this on precedent. He says it's not binding on him. But he goes on to say that.
Yeah, sure. Of course, he could say that. In law, technically, he is right. And there is something he calls a precedent, which, though, is not binding on him. But of course, he says that he could adopt it. That is fine. But we are saying now that Okwe thing, I don't even recall it, that Okwe thing was unlawful.
But you didn't say it at the time.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking about it. You see, you didn't say it at the time. We are saying it now. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, but that's the point, is that some will say it is hypocritical.
No.
Law doesn't talk about
law doesn't talk about hypocrisy. Law talk about the legal position.
But it's
that
not
is why the
politics.
law
It's
is always
about
retrospective.
Sometimes it's about
So
principle.
20 years ago, what is the principle?
The principle is that when it benefited you, you didn't speak out. And this time that is going against you, you are saying
how did it benefit? The last time we had 169 or so members of parliament. How did that really benefit?
Yeah, but you wanted to fight your colleague.
Anyway, the point is that seriously, constitutionally, legally, the Speaker is completely out of bounds, completely wrong on this principle. He should have waited. He should have allowed it. Look, there is thing about the coordinate jurisdictions of the various arms of government, Parliament, and then the Supreme Court, and of course the executive. But when it comes to matters of this nature, I would have thought that easily he would defer. Any other Parliament, any other Speaker would defer to the segment of the government which constitutionally is mandated to do this matter, to interpret. It's clear matter of interpretation. In fact, Kolendi, you recall, in one of those cases before him. You heard what he said? We keep on talking about rules, our rules, our rules. Our rules have got their masters, and their masters are in the Supreme Court. The Speaker should have allowed the Supreme Court to sit on this matter. I think this matter, because it's so constitutionally important, would deal with this matter in the shortest of time. How long would it have taken Alben to hold our hands and get the look at the commotion, look at the dislocation, look at the commotion, look at the discord is now introduced. Who is going to do government business? The whole country is going to constitutionally, legally. The Speaker is completely out of hand, completely wrong on this principle. He should have waited, he should have allowed it. Look, there is thing about the coordinated jurisdictions of the various arms of government, Parliament, and then the Supreme Court, and of course the executive. But when it comes to matters of this nature, I would have thought that easily he would defer. Any other parliament, any other speaker would defer to the segment of the government which constitutionally is mandated to do this matter, to interpret. It's clear matter of interpretation. In fact, Kolendi, in one of those cases before him. You heard what he said? We keep on talking about rules, our rules, our rules. Our rules have got their masters, and their masters are in the Supreme Court. The Speaker should have allowed the Supreme Court to sit on this matter. I think this matter, because it's so constitutionally important, would deal with this matter in the shortest of time. How long would it have taken Alben to hold our hands and get the look at the commotion, look at the dislocation, look at the commotion, look at the discord is now introduced. Who is going to do government business? The whole country is going to come to a standstill because we are not going to sit there as a minority and do anything. They cannot do the work of government. Look at the chaos that the Speaker is introducing.
From
day one, the man has been introducing nothing but discord in this parliament. And look at how he's climaxing with. Yes.
Yeah, I was asking that. So
this is a moment ago. Why is it that we took advantage of that one? Now we are crying. What is it that he means by that? The last time we had about 160 over members. We didn't need a ruling like this. I don't think anybody attached much significance to that particular ruling, which was, in our view, absolutely wrong. I mean, we didn't attach significance.
He's been defending it. Professor Okwe has been defending it.
This now, it's a very critical matter, and we told him, we've gone to the Supreme Court. You know, so hold your hands. Let the Supreme Court handle this matter, and then we take it from there.
So you are not ceding your side. You are not ceding the.
Well, no, we left the room for him. You see, we all left the room. He can have it. He can ask his friends to go and sit outside and do government business. We aren't getting in there until the Supreme Court does its job. We have no doubt that it wouldn't take them a long time at all. They would handle this matter, and they would handle it legally, constitutionally, and properly. And then we'll come back to take back our rightful place.
Finally, no recipe for chaos?
But this parliament has been so chaotic from day one when Babi sat on it, hasn't it? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No. Supreme Court will handle this matter. It has matters already before the Supreme Court.
You're going to abandon government business and not come to the floor.
They said we are in the minority now. They are government. According to Speaker Babe, those guys are now in government.
They are majority, not in government. They are majority party.
Is there any other question?
Okay.
Because we won't sit on that side of take my word. We are not sitting there whilst he has declared them the majority.
So, I'm not sitting there
till the Supreme Court has made a ruling, which will be the next whatever. I mean, it is so important the Supreme Court has no choice but quickly to resolve this matter. It's a top constitutional matter. They will spend some time and deal with it. But
so I think you are illegal.
Yes, I am. What's the point?
We have just 3 weeks.
Yes.
Where is this headed?
Well, no, you ask the Speaker. As the Speaker. In fact, there's another part of the Constitution which says that I think within 3 months or so, when there's vacancy in the House, nothing happens. So everything, indeed, even if what he's talking about is right, our friends have vacated their position. He should have allowed this thing to lie in limbo. Take this grandstanding, aided by what's his name? Ato Forsen and all those the other members of his party. They come together and they come out with something as outrageous as this.
I've just moved from minority to majority. In fact, the people of Ghana voted for the NDC majority. But if not certain machinations, this should have happened from day one of this parliament. But you see, finally we are here. We are here to do the business of the people of Ghana. We are here to begin the process to reset our country. Our country has gone through very difficult times. In fact, oftentimes, the people of Ghana have blamed Parliament for not standing up for the people of Ghana. But obviously, you can't blame the NDC minority because we were not having a working majority. Today, we have the working majority. We will begin the process to reset our country. We want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana that the NDC majority will stand for the people of Ghana any day, any time. We will begin the process to move to the majority side and elect a new second deputy speaker on Tuesday. We assure the people of Ghana that we will also take over majority of the committees of Parliament. And we will do the work in a way that will benefit the people of Ghana. We have gone through so much as a country, and this cannot continue. Thank the Speaker for standing with the people of Ghana, respecting the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, respecting precedent and the standing order of the people of Ghana, of the Parliament of Ghana. In all of this, we thank the people of Ghana by standing for funding of Ghana. Thank you very much.
It's information I have to give you, and I've done so according to my understanding of the law. Please, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the communication you have just delivered to the House.
May you kindly refer to the standing orders that you are coming under.
Mr. Speaker, I do not come under any standing orders.
So you may resume your seat then.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are the father of this house. And Mr. Speaker, you have communicated to the House a position you've taken. It's been our practice that any time you have come out with a formal communication, you give opportunity to leadership to make a response. Mr. Speaker, if today you do not want me to talk, Mr. Speaker, that should be it. But Mr. Speaker, if you say that...
Honorable member, you got it wrong. It's not the practice of the House that any time I come with a formal communication, I allow members to make comments. That's not the practice of the House. It's never been the practice of any of the houses that I have been member from 1993 to date. I have not had that as any practice of the House. Some speakers, including myself, may entertain some comments from members, but it is not a practice of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I would like to make some few comments on the matters you've raised, because, Mr. Speaker, these are very grave matters. The matters you've raised are not light matters. They are very grave matters that I would want to comment. And, Mr. Speaker,
so please, you want to seek my leave to make comments?
That is so, respectfully.
Now you agree it's not the practice,
Mr.
but
Speaker,
you are just seeking my leave.
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, with your leave. With your leave.
Well, yes, you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for the leave granted me to comment on your communication you just delivered. Mr. Speaker, You underscored your submissions with a very important point, that the matter that came before us has interpretation reliefs, and that you do not have the power to interpret the Constitution, and that your duty is to enforce. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you are not listening to me.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish with respect?
All what you said are wrong, so I cannot continue to allow you to keep on misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, please, if you think that this is your house and you didn't want us to talk, so Mr. Speaker, we should allow you to
Honorable
speak.
Majority Leader, you are addressing the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection. They must stop what they are doing.
I'm in charge.
Mr. Speaker, then they may be quiet.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in your ruling, my understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. My understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to emphasize one more time that when the statement was made by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atufosin, I did draw the attention of the House, including your good self, to the effect that the matter being a very grave matter, I have taken it upon myself to seek the court's interpretation of the matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed. Mr. Speaker, I think
Honorable members,
some respect.
please,
Mr. Speaker,
let's listen
I think
to
I
each other.
deserve some respect.
Let's listen to each other.
No,
please.
I think it is only fair.
Honorable Majority Leader, please address me. I'm taking care of that. Please,
Mr.
let's
Speaker,
listen to each other.
I did indicate that I have filed a process at the Supreme Court. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the bailiff of the court had attempted to serve the process on the Director of Legal Affairs, and the Director of Legal Affairs and the entire legal directorate refused service because, according to them, there was a circular stating that they can only be served on Mondays. I saw the circular myself. Subsequent to that, I explained, hearing the intention of Mr. Speaker to come to a determination in one way or the other, the directed service, which is within my rights. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Parliament was duly served.
Honorable member, please, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you are the majority leader and the leader of this House. As at the time you were directing service yourself, you took the trouble of coming to Parliament with two persons who bailiffs and went to the legal office to yourself, directing officials of the legal office to receive the service. You are a member of Parliament. I am the Speaker. It is my duty to protect your privileges and immunities. In doing so, I had a discussion with the Chief Justice, and we came to an understanding that in the meantime, the Chief Justice will issue a directive as to how service of members of Parliament, some officers of Parliament, and the Speaker could be effected. I communicated this to the House and discussed it with you, the leaders. We said that as we go along, we will together, Parliament and the judiciary, particularly led by the Supreme Court, come out with a legislation on this issue of privileges and immunities of Parliament, members of Parliament, and specified officials of Parliament. We discussed this. Based on this discussion, the Chief Justice issued a directive to all registries of courts in the country. And it is stated clearly there that the Speaker can be served on Mondays during working hours. There were reasons why we came to those agreements. You are aware of it. Yet you kept on insisting that service be effected whilst the Speaker was presiding over the proceedings of the House. You, as leader of the House, as majority leader, you are saying that this was service because you threw the court processes on the table and walked away. Is that how you effect service? Please, to quote the common parlance, don't go there.
With respect, for the past 12 years, I have accorded you every respect, and I'll continue to do that no matter. Mr. Speaker, the facts you put out are not true. Mr. Speaker, these are credibility issues, so I will respond for the record. Mr. Speaker, somebody has told you something. Mr. Speaker, you reserve the right to be there to make your point. Let me make my point too. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, whoever told you, Mr. Speaker, whoever told you that I threw a paper at somebody, this has to do with my credibility. I will not allow hands.
No, honorable member, you don't listen at all.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
I never said
Mr.
you.
Speaker, you said
I never said you threw a paper at anybody.
Mr. Speaker,
I never
Mr. Speaker,
said that.
that's exactly what you said. Let the Hansa check it.
You
Mr.
see,
Speaker, that is what you said.
You are being carried away by your
Mr.
anger.
Speaker,
You are not
I'm
listening.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry at all.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
I said the court process was thrown on the table in the office. I never stated it was thrown by you at any person. The Chief Justice issued a directive as to how service of members of Parliament, some officers of Parliament, and the Speaker could be effected. I communicated this to the House and discussed it with you, the leaders. We said that as we go along, we will together, Parliament and the judiciary, particularly led by the Supreme Court, come out with a legislation on this issue of privileges and immunities of Parliament, members of Parliament, and specified officials of Parliament. We discussed this. Based on this discussion, the Chief Justice issued a directive to all registries of courts in the country. And it is stated clearly there that the Speaker can be served on Mondays during working hours. There were reasons why we came to those agreements. You are aware of it. Yet you kept on insisting that service be effected whilst the Speaker was presiding over the proceedings of the House. You, as leader of the House, as majority leader, you are saying that this was service because you threw the court processes on the table and walked away. Is that how you effect service? Please.
Abusianra na Ghana Parliament na ehwo anya asem ketuo. Ehwo anya asem ketuo because speaker ruling ni di adanse say MPP majority abetene minority, NDC minority attend majority. Na speaker ne honorable Afenyo Markin. They say ebe friend say minority leader Odo to say wo friend minority leader on kasa. They say Yakasa MPP Mrashebeja for normal boycott to Parliament. Until the Supreme Court today a declaration and interpretation beba. Na eno no honorable Abambagben say or catch honorable Fanyo Macken say Supreme your friend is saying court no great can say suit no ade a oba ye na ode sa nkrata no beto twene ne pono so and no walk away and no Rafa Macken say David but speaker baba no kre ni e kono so de won so em say kono between say accurate information because what can ye na me sam boy no be wa ya
You are saying that this was service because you threw the court processes on the table and walked away? Is that how you effect service? Please, to quote the common parlance, don't go there.
With respect, for the past 12 years, I have accorded you every respect and I'll continue to do that no matter. Mr. Speaker, the facts you put out are not true. Mr. Speaker, these are credibility issues, so I will respond for the record. Mr. Speaker, somebody has told you something. Mr. Speaker, you reserve the right to be there to make your point. Let me make my point too. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, whoever told you, Mr. Speaker, whoever told you that I threw a paper at somebody, this has to do with my credibility. I will not allow hands.
Honorable member, you don't listen at all.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
I never said
Mr.
you.
Speaker, you said
I never said you threw a paper at anybody.
Mr. Speaker.
I
Mr.
never
Speaker,
said that.
That's exactly what you said. Let the answer check it. Mr. Speaker, that is what you said.
You are being carried away by your
Mr.
anger.
Speaker,
You are not listening.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
I said the court process was thrown on the table in the office. I never stated it was thrown by you at any person.
Mr. Speaker, you said I allegedly said some bailiffs. Alleged bailiffs.
No.
Mr. Speaker, then clarify.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
listen to me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening.
Honorable Majority Leader, I don't want to proceed to make some orders. Please, resume your seat. I'm very serious about that.
Mr. Speaker,
please resume your seat.
Chale Anra na Parliament one yansem kito. Anra Parliament house na eho grupa. Whether the court proceedings was thrown on the table or not, but well, anyway, yeah, some more. Say the aqua ban say aye kasa idea. MPP, Mrashebeja for a minority. Oh, Ghana Mrashebeja fear. As we are speaking now, NDC under the majority of Ghana Mrashebeja fear. And I can tell you categorically say I'm so happy with the dynamics they play this your friend said the current state now your woman. Yes, I'm very happy because change nyina menu mi no ya dwen de esi bibi so na amanyofo no so twe wo ma dwen de akobibi so say amanyo sebe na ye na nya da bia na ebe wadwe so we de da bia ye ko ni say ya saa na ete na makana me sa ka biem say MPP mudua baby ahead of 2020 elections hwe ma yan kaka yan wo kakra na nado dan kwa kufu adoko for me na nsamo kokafa owura Andrew amwakwasi amaho wo for me na ahead of 2020 elections asim say na papa no wini o you see Sabre na General Secretary John Buadu enra in fact John Buadu were consistent enra mene ne kasa me sa na me pe amanyo sem na amanyo fo a wo mo ye consistent John Buadu enra okan say son one the truck rat and come Professor Michael Kwe Ora Jombu do say on the dear Ojina baby Ojina na say independent candidate no candidate and say as so na ne kasa mu no even though now I careful kakra because said na asem na ekono me pushi na about wanka ne kasa mu no na all part say independent candidate in there say independent declare as I your permanent free. I'm telling you, he was consistent. Zondas here, he was consistent and Ramenika say extensively. Yeah, I am any inconsistencies. Ain't it on one that tried to call but which Sabrin and some of Makafa Papa no. You see, and the Koba say you to a baby yen no baby winnie. I feel winnie and not in Yomono Adane. I be before from. Ain't a media magic when Susa MPP. Sa bana mudria ye no eno na aso no aso dia mamu pep court nsem na ye keka ne ade ne de mema dwemu no me hu ni say court nsem ne de ye just buying of time ye de kwakọ buy time because mudria baby sabere no ora keti amon me bone ne motensa mokan ora keti amon sabere na wan now our parliament wo mo wo ho no sabre na mo ho na mu nyina na mo ho mo wo kwada professor Michael Kwe e ma sa ruling mu nyina mo tena mo to so obi en raise concern eti at the end of the day chale keep on being your minority near go to aba some ko parliament wo bi em so fine because asem we ne there must say clear constitution ne ka ene na yenya a lawyer for omo kire ye say na windows e wo ho me pese Supreme Court and for determination mra because the Supreme Court the interpretation no e ba beto ho a ye betime ho ne kwan but no krepa egwo mo ne say emra ne ye kan president ka ho emra no president e ka ho DSC pen e ka ho enti MPP mra shebedwafo a ahead of 2020 elections na mo wo mrahye badwa fie ho enei modaso wo ho no ababi na mudua aye no ene MPP amanyuku na kasa mo na mo tro krata de ko yo na de kwa mo ka ma no tu man ka sa de we kra me nyeso san ka ho nsem beba ho mo ka ma no tu mu mo na mo tro krata na de ko ye Sir Professor Michael Kwe onyi Owura Andreasia manfamfiri ho. It's a normal kwa official. Because I'm a sign twe wadwen asisu biem a aye Owura Joe OSEI wusu. Ono no ne de no obi an raise concern. It will cause what na mu saa. And the two aba no san wini as independent candidate. It is a banana aso no amanyo sem ne ye no. Etore bia ya na ya hwe ne yio. Some say the city and na ya hwe ne yie. Na ya ma consistency kakra bem. Meko awomano so de ko mama sancha me kwabna mafo atase kwabna mo ache mami interview ni wie na lawyer Kwame Adofo private legal practitioner. Lawyer mache
yenio
me ba cho na won ti say
me ho ye pa na mozwe
nyame adomboko o de ache yen enra de esi wo parliament enkomai ye hyase edi enkomai ema wo kra wo ka say yes mrane de etoda bia sa na tie wo be confused we chire but na bia na mrane so eda ba bia say eda enra de esi wo parliament no say
me dia ma menchao na menchao tifo ni wa hefo ne be fidie ko bia na me nka se anya me nwanwa na aka no bia si pen wo parliament enti na anya me nwanwa say CDC and now here the level of boldness Honorable Haruna and Ejina Simpi Sukaina. I just say, and Komobia Kosu Wechri. That just a normal planning exactly Jombe. And he all the always giving the consistency, say, BSC pain. They declare Obia, not also so, why expressing an intent to contest Honorable Siama. He declared the seat as vacant. Now, we also what also speaker. Now, one also similar it was clear so he was going to follow it. And he generally, many wants to see the way it is.
Sir, Obi a blame speaker na is it legitimate na?
Well, I mean, how they can blame the speaker? Because only but whether he got it correct or got it wrong, it's a different matter. But so blame idiot. Who blame now? Because it's a Michael Kwebi, and will be blame no. Because of blame whether you're here correct and answer wrong is what is yet to be determined. Because maybe position, even in the days of Mr. Honorable Siama, I was not view they say too much power given to speaker. It is speaker both leaders of the house. A particular rogue MPP as a man. And one say we come to near the close seat from vacant. And one say we attend the parliament 15 city days and more room. Will be a explanation because all the convention, the convention. Yembutu Akunya. It did not visa power was too much. But at that time, it was inconvenient for some people to challenge it. And the honorable Siama, the Nelson Kodeko could challenge it. Whether the speaker has that power in law to so be able to Obi Akunya. Because Akamubutu Akunyano earlier in time in Kodia, then there could be a violation. Is it I'm rather say within 3 months of a general election, you cannot have a by-election. And it means that there are people in that constituency, they are not going to be represented. Now, the name in Wamakakra, Asama Speaker Kayan, to support his position. Say, Sankrofon, they no longer have interest or loyalty towards their constituents, and therefore their position is no longer. You can allow them to continue to be in the house. I want to imagine because a minimum different constituencies.
That's right. When I come yeah.
Different constituencies. Which means they no longer have the interest and loyalty of those who voted for them to come.
Because another crown me pacho me no say speaker kasa inaccurate according to me madwemo. Inaccurate because womo krana womo call for independent no. Womo seat na womo ya loyal to their people. And written womo ko independent in the same constituency. It is ye can say obi nye loyal eye the ofri akuapem not aba okan kwe not the ofri obom dome abra edeba ya waso central ka womo na ebeka so womo nye loyal.
Yeah. The reasons for the decision are flawed. Na say kode wo mu nyina aka ho. Sankrofo nyina, say kode mu nyina aka ho. Dem say or rely on the loyalty and interest of the constituent, which includes all these people are indicating an intent to contest in a different constituency. Over the West. Because they are now their loyalty lies elsewhere. It's almost the more Delia, rather than these people are almost contesting the same constituency. Abia, he just got it wrong in terms of the reason or the supporting the position. And that is something that he, the speaker, will have to answer. Because if you are relying on interest and loyalty, then what about those people are almost indicating an intent to contest in a different constituency? How then do you leave them alone? It's a matter we have to find the answer.
Because as I did maka, and also I think minim CBS pain, it's time to be corrected. CBS pain, minim, but I know so idea be say yes I hwe ni biemo because the ayaki kan unse we yetena ho na nei sabre na MPP na woman numbers na eye parliament nti ebra honorable Andrew Asiama Professor Mekokoi man ruling na woman hu ni say eye insignificant emfa bibia emfa mbambe emfa ntia wom ana bibia etesa eno mo tena ho na nei edua na nyini and the speaker so follow the president ewo ho and they are passing the ruling it seems as how they we no so no say yes an hwe biem say wo mrahye bedwani wo baabi waja won crofo no ho aba different constituencies the ACS wo mo bienu nyina so ye mawo ba ko NDC ba ko NPP obom domi abrade oba Iowa so central o ye NDC ba ono no ba no say lusu ye ena eye okankwe north dey eye na namadoku ya ofi akuapem na gwaja mo ho no ba okankwe north ono ye MPP iti am say ekono so etese ye hwe sa de we ya ba no etese ye san hwe sa akono so biem
NAC busa say no that two constituencies emu de hin na wo interest and loyalty to e ho na say it is a speaker kujina so akase that is the basis or declare conformity there. Then these questions are also lingering. I see no answer.
Okay. Enti ade way saying that here Ora Fenyo Markin Honorable Fenyo Markin argument and say or the idea no for Supreme Court who seeking interpretation. Interpretation of seeking notice was served. Our speaker, your office internet is I can speak and yes sir.
Well look Parliament is a master of itself. The position is Parliament in Nigeria. For any year, the Parliament hasn't done anything. It means who that argument, no. But of course, when comes to me who the written, me who argument or I'm not in a position to say a sound and answer a sound. But we view generally and say as a parliament who quite so bad in him. Then we are not challenging in court to see said Omoyeno a correct and answer correct. They say a speaker that decision has to be challenged. One, by the constituents. By the MPs themselves. Because ultimately declare the seat vacant. And also Article 97 we don't really discuss this. If somebody 97 Gino, there is an order. What's it? All seeks to remain in Parliament. Now, do you remain in Parliament in an existing Parliament, or do you remain in Parliament in the future Parliament? That is a question for interpretation. Maybe position is a you only remain in something that you are in. And it's a now cross carpet. It's a many people before we call this year. A horn will cross carpet. And you are seeking to remain in this parliament. So what is it? Then it means is that your seat is vacant. Or you are seeking to remain in parliament as an independent. Then it means that your seat should be vacant. That is my understanding of the interpretation. But where you say in the future, I am going to contest in a different ticket. Make sure say it's the proper interpretation to our advocate. Because you are still with them. Any other. It maybe if you say legally, that position has to be tested for us to see say where obisi future stay in the mayeno. Does that mean say automatically we cross the carpet? That's minya may see. And it's a my see. Difference is you. But of course, back on the testing in him and the speaker will follow president. So a DSC pen. Is he and the speaker or now demon no? Well, yeah. It doesn't really follow the same thing. Fine. But as a court, the position say seeking to remain in parliament does it apply to a future intent? because we say when you leave, one of the solutions for you, he hasn't left. What do I say? In the future, it's me at the side, and you know, yeah, hey, me at this stage, I'm not convinced.
But lawyer, no MCCA, your political space, democracy, you know, a dean and a diababa home, the CCA, a dear lessons in a womb.
Oh, lessons the woman say, Obia one interest. We one permanent majority the idea, and I was also go back to the election of speaker. MPP made the biggest mistake of its life. I'm voting for a speaker from an opposition party. Who is a Bakukwe crowd and that's what come follow on the president. Come find a way to avoid following the president. And he goes back to the election of back when as a speaker. That was their biggest mistake. And now and they have to accept it. But I'm lucky it's only 2 months left to an election. And obviously I can say, well, I can get earlier than that is what can get back because election by election the by election by a commerce majority anyway. And then also Kenya move when they know that there will be a by election. Because I will crack a that's as you get back. Because I'm say you could be majority for only 3 weeks. Now, I buy election, I'm almost majority and Kenya. But the lesson is it going for Ghana is only 32 years under this regime. And what happened? But
I never a woman said, "Yeah, can grounds where Parliament will be a CL." Professor, why you saying no many idea? Say, woman cross a carpet. So the word crossing carpet, no, what does it mean? From a political party to independent, from independent to a political party, from political party to other political party.
Perfect.
Aha. It's not saying no about it, and who applications and as I say same.
And I may just say, Parliament here, ombudsman don't pay biya. No movie is what. And see in your court no explain it. What the Parliament did was correct. All right. What does it say, Henry? We are at the crossroad. Yeah, and I likely saw the court. You mark my way.
No, obiso baby say MPP. Woman yes strategic now because in the case of Honorable Andrew Esiama, no, independent. And no yes on the mobile juma. Enti wosha numbers are a play. Ye kasei enra many jombo du kre kasano. Or say over 40 MPP for wama contest wama file as independent candidates. Some information we any available at MPP table so. Enti MPP amenyo co leadership na wama nye strategic. Sanaka wambema ora Andrew Esiama. Wakoswa remaining as independent this time once again because of numbers they play and the issues surrounding Nana.
We didn't know me who he because Andrew Honorable Esiama, he wants to be elected again. And the moment was the Electoral Commission opens nomination, he had to file his nomination.
But the party can decide not to file for MENA because one may be paying or Freddie Blay, the constituency, a BSC paying.
I say Freddie Blay, the nomination I don't bet my winning seat for their own. And Untia, Tidom support to Freddie Blay. And now Freddie Blay was coming from a different party. With the home fold and all. So what I say?
But also a lawyer, and the party would have decided. Said your numbers are your parliament and young crow for you being so much your muti. Say one be independent in inti. Nanka one be decided say one more file or from na mum rather no eya ora Andrew Amwakwe Siama onko as independent. Nanka
and I can say no mun nim say sa move beba.
Okay.
No mu say sorry, can be edited. No one uses a movie, come on yet. Because where a bomb, a political bomb. No political bomb. No, one was ever. That's what going to be a benefit of the benefit of hindsight. Hana compares are you. The bomb and Grofono, I am
where the a few mum, papa.
Bomb would be to gim. Look, I never want some notice, because I give more notice. More notice, about 3-4 days notice. But a bomb, and what? And I commit my own way because they didn't know that.
Okay. Enti politically, amayoko for me no. Ba yeka so ora address ya made no. Honorable Mama Yarega. Sabre no so no Honorable Mama Yarega kra sorry ka speaker they say only to me so obey sa de no. It has been captured. Our hands are so bound say ne ekoba no. Abetoni die no oyente nka.
Exactly.
It has inconsistencies. Amanyofu. Me I don't me challenge pa a lawyer honestly speaking. So
court. Na court to see na ye. Because they likely say it will happen again. And they say court. Na court to check whether that is correct or not. Because a common idea no defend it. A court can pay was a raising argument. Why are wrong? It to me, dear, if you say a second court near her, Ginaya court to be. Now, for you know, I always say going forward, a way roadmap. Design will be a similar one by near to me say, hey, I think we better say because of as soon as A, B, C, D case in it, say the this is Anna Akujina.
But lawyer, make us say that me producer such a madrias so say your platforms here also. Peace FM News. Okoka say they are hiring a Drew Soul Canadian a campaign platform, but and yeah, but that's what the baby with your feel.
Well, in terms of proving that the person has left, it's a problem because Obika say you leave your party to join another party or seek to remain in parliament as an independent. Now, problem I want to say, the party has not written to the speaker, say they have left. Neither have these people also written, saying say they have also left. So on what basis is the speaker going to stand to declare that? It's a matter of evidence.
Okay, so, lawyer, me patcho me bawo. Sa evidence we am say nra me no kasa me ne John Bodo so kasa no na me contest na me nte ase yie. Dia woman ne say fa ne say me ye adwuma o despite media. Na next week if free adwoada eko. Now better say me kasa our different radio station morning show. Me intro krata bia ma eye your friend is saying father so intro krata bia ma me say we yimed. Me so me intro krata bia say me free her. But me sambo morning show baby a meje nit FM ato ho. Sa me action no eno nko anye evidential enough to determine say me free her.
That is enough for your employer to say by your conduct or indicate it's also free. There's no employer throw letter back. Say, if you say, well, come and help you. They say, no, you have separated from us. And this employer and throw letter my idea. Who are we outsiders to say we're free? Need FM. I don't know what is the American say. It is a question of, in this case, the party, who conduct as indication, so much free party man, so much free. So much share, not so much free say, yes, it will conduct, what free. And so this is the letter. Or conduct no. What from by the petrol letter no. Speaker and baby say. The high baby speaker say on what basis everyone will so microphobia you have a letter my. So what I say? It's a honor as no Niponigina. Whether that decision itself is correct. No speaker there. He was following precedent. But another precedent, is different in the sense that the other one there was a formal communication written by the party. Say, by the conduct of Mr. Siama, say we're free party, we're in the issue, to only declare the seat to be vacant. But where there's no formal communication. It's a honor and association about
Okay, after my mess out from Rahai, MPP for ya at the statement about Bontain signed by Justin Frimpong, the General Secretary. Esteti womu clear. Sir Obia Obekwa kodi independent wamububo ni pebidin. Say nipa no ra ya aboabia Samoa hopes na doye no me ade no say at the moment o me declare say womu follow independent candidate ni de womu ni party ni mu bi wo mafirim. Ama womu kasi su dua say obi obeya say bia na cha say party no wafirim. Sa statement no wo honti nei say nipa bi nso akọ independent a. Why the party is fighting for these people? Whereas our statement we were.
But that time no. Me who so mubo Cynthia Morrison din. Me who so mubo that member for so home needing. Me who so mubo the other one no. Minim so mubo mudin.
Me but one man more mudin but party is state. Me in fact I'm looking for the statement no me go to. Party no.
Because it was inconvenient for them. So what I say? Because all numbers were so tenuous, they didn't want to do it. And the hypocrisy need double standards in our work. But I know politics. And not your law. The position is in law, no? Can you declare somebody's seat vacant just because it's what it is? Say or fit dachi or become independent. And what I mean position. And if you say it's important to be in a court among them. But in terms of political flip-flopping, no day. No fair party for now. Justin. Justin, what is your position now?
Yeah, my friend, you go so friend, no? And I saw Befa.
Obefa.
Oh, hey, but Yamada 7 about me, BBC bar. I am there you because it broadens the horizon. So a BBC bar a be a new one normal be brave.
Because between we near Juma Obeko
yes, Sakasano,
especially 2020. May you every party num between new near Juma Sakasano. It's almost Kasam Bajun because the sheer match there say. Between years, my baby, the end of buy or no canna, Namoko Panitos, money bed. It is Akasano, a political talker, as over here careful. Because the constituency, you need to know Mupano. Okasa, who impose will be on them, they will reject you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obi Obi or not to have a man, office on the Trumpiata, Tido Pebiano. Reaching beyond what and said, see, the book a cardio Pebia. So because we're a chairman. Talk
okay. Now, independent candidates are na pie free amanyuku ahudu mono. It is a yade even though mrama won nipa ne beko. But aya na eboa ana emoa amanyuku no. Esa de na tesen.
Oh, emoa. We're independent party, MP. There's nothing you can do for your constituency. Because the party now, especially when you're majority, who do you mean? Mount Crawford. And you know, they're bad. But no, they are not going to go there. Because constituency are we independent. Say, Ultra and me, say, honorable Siamadia, no good here, no power. Between their break from an afford. What they're lucky, say, he became a darling boy all of a sudden because he became their savior. Now, I just have father, ordinary independent person. There's nothing you can do for constituency apart from yourself. And I'll quite be sure can Yama Oscar Marco to be to the other. Ultimate wow, because we want to know for him. Party for government, the Roman concern for whatever they do. It's generally an idea and a good idea. But you are not tired before and a co-independent.
Okay. No, and I don't pay you that so near the income. It's about sense, say, my and you're from a minority. One must say one be remaining minority, the woman court parliament will be until say Supreme Court. Ebekasa. That just say, I'm money free Sabria Queen, the IBB.
See, 3 years, I can 2 months.
And yes, I can't so be 2 months and crumple the answer then, Roses, I can 51 days.
And just imagine if there are some urgent bills to be passed. It's can opposition present government business for it to be passed? Nothing. It means that Parliament, there would no business in Parliament now. Because government business is supposed to be presented by government reps in Parliament. You see, only hope. No government business will be done from now until the next election. I don't know who know. Because, you see, Honorable Atoforsi, Bill Ben or Deba, or the Bill Banner Pascal, a better than signing. The president will not sign any bill from them. So, what do they do? And it's a very chaotic situation now. You know, hang parliament. Nobody hang parliament. Now, no, they'll be regretting. Hang parliament is never good. You always need a party with a clear majority who can come and prosecute the agenda. Hang parliament, Ghana should not come across hang parliament again because they're very destructive.
Okay. Where the Namini will be about quick one, the essence of Amenfi Central. Yeah, can say NDC candidate over her. Electoral Commission, upon receiving a year notice from court, say there has been an injunction over a year NDC candidate in the sono. Woman so active same by drawing the attention of the candidate. Said the almost second in tea, and yeah, they won't be to me. Actually, no one filing. NDC for say and also Electoral Commission team and into a no Ebeko court and also the more some train
and also you're correct. So what told in Ebeko court because there's no other way. The main task here say if there was an injunction, say injunction that's why, and then no more running election for Emma Electoral Commission ya co supervising that case, that election without terminating the case in court. I want to mention here. Because normally there are some courts, not a moko settler, and some of them file terms of settlement. I'm not terminating case. And the injunction goes together. Where the must settle, September running election again. But the case in court was not terminated. Now, go ahead. I can run another election. Meanwhile, the case is still in court. Our injunction is pending. Now, the Emergency Electoral Commission said, Electoral Commission is aware, say, case you will court still. No, what's I call supervising another rerun election. Minty Honasi. Because then he said, Electoral Commission call supervising. No more making sure say, "Oh, my terminate you will never answer." Answer no more call, rerun no more call. It's a ornament here. But in terms of NDC, say on the challenge in there, fine. Yeah, that's what we do in a civilized democracy. That's what we do on Moko Court. Moko Court the entire ECH. And I think that is my general position on it.
Okay. Yo. Yada say lawyer Kwame Adofo say when you din command.
Nyamenka.
Nyame nhyira. Abusuanti ne yakoso Ghana mrache be fie. Eno command yoguso ayedi. Ne nyina ne se aye kasai. MPP mrache be fo. Per speaker ruling or than a minority. This mrache be fo or than a majority. Enam de esi ayaka. Nipa 9 emu ba kono independent candidate say we filing in the name of MPP. Emu mienu wo mo independent candidates. Wo mo MPP for ma independent. Emu ba ko oye NDC wa ko independent. Itene na amase nkomo yi aba beto ho. Kwamra me mako aba.
Mark mejoso.
E dey say
Erade atom. Nsuo no na create traffic heavy traffic.
Na me anra me kodu fie na abo 1 anajo donko.
Yeah.
Because time nsuo no to na me sha.
Me beda no na am fans about 12:20. By the time put ya me did die the man. Me ne so team so na anya asem ketua. Na traffic no so ache na ayi pa. But we thank God. My Jerry. The AC Mamentia or say Chairman Sabons. Former majority leader.
No pay cry. Adame pusu how many MPs have been done.
Honorable Metia pa. Sa Yamin Kunwa or Tiasifo Yakwa. Meteo so. Metia pa.
Na the uncle can we are there.
Oh, me na me tia na shirano. Ebubro nkosi ade be yenseda. Obi kwa parliament anopa no ye minority leader. Wo mo point no ada ne majority leader. Obi nso kono no ye minority leader point no ye majority leader. But majority on the more serious note, Stephen Intim, national chairman MPP, and Henry Nana Boachi, national organizer. Majority had I known,
Mame kwana many honorable Roxanne Nelson da Fiamakpo. Oya NDC Mrashebedwe member Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee Organ Mrashebedwe. Honorable Mache.
Jerry Mitchawa no pe Mitchati for na etitu mempeso for Omopeki Beve Tongo any parliament Mitchawa munya.
Anasa se Mitchawa cho. What's your person na wo bo campaign sa ba en Canada wa we nitu ya. Baby ana isi ankakra akra.
Jerry manya ni sa wo frame honorable bihu.
Okay. Eyamo mpa na muwie na eja
akapo so many find the area ebenya da dia
sa wenya wuwie na because ye adwuma kakra na ye dia agro kakra. That's right. Honorable Enra the AC wo parliament wo sign lawyer ni into me be say na tie ye mra ba time.
Okay. Jay me da so Yema Amrapona, Yedibu or minor and I did or my winner. Poor and woman be so. And it's Osha Mrapon to Tim a diocon song. And a triple bark and into Timu dear nature. Or part says that one more instances here. Which is Article 97(1). What treachery in someone is here a treachery member of parliament, no. Wakuna beto. And I say, Obeja Kutem. It is kind. Or say, yeah, we a member of parliament. Na uka baby. And no, who here say, Yabeko Kotel, and you be a yampa and as a yampa, I give you a member of parliament, a car baby, a then say, I don't know, a cat waka baby, not a woman, waka baby. And one is speaker bay for me electoral commission na electoral commission to 2 years or you know no I anasa na mo an so to no wetu osanka bi say we a member of parliament na anyebia ye to aba na eyi speaker he said yeah do ajaho in 2015 January no 2013 January I don't know na no be dem na chese if ni papo for if you person aso na obisi wanan and also ka say who as a member who trust say na se be dem ejuma no unye bi o resign ya and also and on etinye bi and ka say one May juma for 15 days continuously 15 parliamentary sitting days and also ubeja akonya etosu biu emrane ma ho kwai say ye beto aba eyi emrase bejam fona at ankra who do me say who to meet na di mu as an independent candidate a campaign on personal so for edu no mo to aba mawa obeba parliament emranso ma ho kwai ma political party sponsor candidate among parliament. It is sana a normal insanity. Now we are crackra now over parliament. Emrani say Emrani ma who find say who do who for another who do who banka political parties are more forming caucus and now groups of parliament. I don't know just what they know, but who do who banka no more age. And now Emranso ma who find say so young Frankrana ye power as an Frankrana over parliament now the who don't political party. So we are in a conjoined so big deal. And in some way, and I hope say, Amma in fear 9 a tribute. It's either, and then it's here. Miami, in the Parliament, January 7, 2017. Andrew Amwakwesiama, member for Mena. No, original, or not, MPP are never no deny or the bar Parliament. But in this see, someone on the midterm any political party here MPP. And sometime in September 2020, or filing nomination, say a person would not ever 2020 ever 8th Parliament as Ankara as an independent candidate. And I don't know, MPP now would not on my name of Parliament as member of Parliament. No, MPP is to sponsor a different candidate. About the same constituency for me now. And the notice of full by now Andrews Amwakwesiama our NPP member of Parliament. No one notice of full as an independent candidate with a different symbol. And now NPP now parliamentary candidate or Andrews Amwakwesiama na osumum or protect our interest and now or defend our interest our Parliament. Or no so as not of my tree no
Odo bet me akan bro.
Na MPP na or what Andrew Amwakwesiama of Parliament as their member of Parliament no. Omukofa obifufo ejina the same formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, the MPP symbol amani panu yamfa ama Andrew Amwakwesiama. And the assembly we do speak any speaker Michael Quick. Now, tell me assembly we do speaker no, and also make it. MPP Electoral letter Ediba say according to their own constitution, no, okay, another Mumrapon, and I'm now omudi MPP no. Okay, in some is Paul and Crown any bakuna to 3 clause 9 sub clause 1 no. We a member now Utuana Mombia. Membership of the party no Bruni you forfeit it and I say if if you want them, and I say it's true. And the almost catch the speaker say on that basis, no. As I say, or your pronouncement on Amwakwe Siama as a member of NPP City Member of Parliament. Almost the letter by 13th October 2020. And on Saturday, November 7th, 2020, that time no one was in city on weekend. It is Speaker Michael Kui, a Kasafa Assassin. Okase, once Amwakwesiama, Etusana Mon. He is no longer a member of the party. And I say, why not? He said, oh, non NPP view. It's as a overdome NPP. Anka opportunity was as a original. I file almost filing now, and also filing on the ticket of the NPP. One filing. And the Wofi NPP party. Now, if you want Parliament now, what's here? You cannot be deemed to also be a member of the NPP because clearly by Wanamontu unom NPP. Now unom NPP bioma. The Constitution cannot deem you to be defending the interests of the NPP. Until Oma an instance. Or say for instance, the two abano na Mwakwesiama and Mwakwesiama we need December 7, 2020 abana. Adieti anasa BTH no 9th no Parliament esambe to Juma until Busumi Asana. Parliament, another the life of Parliament number year. Now, I'm going to you found as an independent candidate or called the next Parliament. How do you expect him to defend the interests of the NPP within that period? It was a ridiculous lapse now. The Constitution doesn't tolerate. It is my means another instance. Concerning the AC and RA. Young fan is there, Oma Fali, our NPP standing as independent candidates. No. Omumuba, the current majority now minority member. Honorable Apenomaki. So, Fali as an independent candidate. Anka and RA in some ways, how would Apedo be deemed to be defending the interests of the NPP? Because clearly, what filing said NPP no, all non-NPP, and so we're filing as an independent candidate with a different symbol like what Electoral Commission notice of own. Now, also other laws are the government public elections now. Also constitutional instrument 127, ISCI 127, regulation 14. Sub-regulation 1. Emma Electoral Commission 2 means that nomination exclusive. Omo filing nominations no. Omo political party sponsor no. The political party symbol as sensodie and a demand. And we are and to say we are member of party now sponsor what. Enfa party nations to be a electoral committee, enfa party nations to be a mouth. That is also law. Uko regulation 15:1. A man electoral committee to me say some year almost close to nomination we normal assigning symbols and signs in India and as a colors in India. As a some year be a friend in notice of poll. Now notice of poll no. And no extra position Oma file or qualify or my Didiano. Extra position our ballot paper now you bet to man of first or contrabano. Now ballot paper nesono. Ubia Jinabia any same political symbol a pattern in one or the coalitions. Emrano say as I say electoral commission yeah. Now Emrano a position conforming in accordance with political party or Modom and answer a sponsor. And you know, all the parliamentary candidates are MPP sponsor on our Kruma. I have to about and I say about to December 17th. because of the flag bearer are picking number one among crying, Electoral Commission did number one among all the NPP sponsored candidates. My dear Pachola Martin.
Yes, me follow pa.
And she said, unye NPP member ni, another unye NPP member was sponsor one. That number one, no Electoral Commission and farm out. These are some of the issues. And so one, and then MPP and so for no move your party them. I didn't see the Electoral Commission and farm number one and my ballot notice of phone. Because they are no longer members of the NPP. And in Kofona NPP do a member Electoral Commission said, Wenum and a dump your party. Wenum near sponsor say, Obunya ya name. These are the symbols, these are their colors. And once I have flag bearer picking position we're picking, it is ascribed to all our candidates. And no argument to the convenience in Omunya. It is Magdalene is run. And you need one so no. Ama NPP and Kasa are benefiting if this decision move in 2020 by NPP's own elected speaker, who is such a stalwart in the party. NPP now they complain by in 2020. And the menu say Andrew Mwakwe Yama from 7th November 2020 to 6th January 2021 when see Parliament. When 29 NC Parliament. Bisani said, yes, calculating the ex gratia. I said, or serving as a member of Parliament in the 7th Parliament. You know. Busumi Mienuna Kaya na. Yes, Nakona 20 man in C Parliament. You know. Bisani say, yes, calculating ex gratia. No, yadi kahuma na. Yes, one kahum. Yes, one kahum because with the Parliament. Busumi Mienuna yang kind yang wani salary. One year salary, 1 year kitchen. It's the argument that before a story or more year and then I hear me now and I am in one because the cafe can say here there will be total chaos tomorrow. In the sense that political party basically as sponsor candidates about Parliament. MPs now as individual, they want to go and file as independent candidates. What will be the fate of the party in Parliament? And in this way, it doesn't lend itself to any other constitutional interpretation and accept a positive interpretation other than this.
But it be can say Article 97(1) H G and H, you know. Oche G na. Or say Nipano, if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his elections to Parliament to join another party or seeks to remain in Parliament as an independent member. And if it says remain in Parliament in a year, which of the sessions of Parliament in the year came? Now, if he leaves, Nipanon trunk or officially, as a lawyer for the Binum Susu say, an MPP for you crown be, as you say, in Toko down you. Toko be down.
Okay. Marjorie, this MPP said, almost sure letter for Bar Parliament no, in October 2020. No. Almost part that. Andrew Mwakwe Yama, did he leave the party? Did he? Did he write to MPP say he was leaving the MPP? He did not.
Yeah.
They construed his conduct. The submarine and the mayor. And I'm going to tribu, I'm coming no, and I'm going to wait 2 days as a wealthy party. Na eden exercise nipa ekuwa me no domno so ofi ku ni mu a se obe time obe yi supan bi no mati eni se ku no ye bibi a unkan ya ho Majority now we need Roman as president. All year the re-election campaign in 2020 or call for me now. Or caucus and do a more question, my dear. On Kaya home against winning in Juma.
And no crap, I can't want some crown of pay.
Ah, mint winning in Juma, mint winning in Juma, and Timuntu Abamani Papu for. Uncle back there from now for and president. Any MPP campaign almost two Abama and do a more with Yamano. This Andrew more with Yamano, yeah. He had to write to Speaker of Parliament say, or per se, only MPP dominant what Parliament to do, or no Mudidra. He was not deemed to be a member of the MPP. That deem, we didn't deem it because of Wamba as an independent candidate, elected as member of Parliament, not on the ticket of the MPP. It is a 1% only MPP for the draw. He had to write a letter. And to throw that letter, I'm a speaker at the kind of Parliament. That letter, no, and a man MPP for speaker declare MPP say any omukita majority by one. So these things, they are not critical arguments. So the letter no trust say only MPP because if it's a 137, let if you know a more them back. No be a hundred and saying yonko. Andrew Mwakwisiama and a Chelsea power. Or Tony saying, or so the no bata. He didn't even say right there. He was joining MPP because only the meaning. Or can say he was joining NPP. And can immediately no, and can by-election. There would have been a by-election immediately. Because Anka the seat, would have been declared vacant by Speaker because he had joined NPP. But he used the term he wants to caucus. And Emrama who finds Uber as individual and as an independent candidate, Emrama who finds Udo Pata a Dombi. And in the converse, Andrew Mwakwesiama or the Nehu Ebata NDC. And the Speaker would have declared the NDC as having majority. In fact, that is what would have happened also. But Oko Onifa, and the own combatant NPP. And the NPP benefited from all that. So they got majority leader, they got chairman of all the committees that is controlled by the majority group in Parliament. Got everything. Got the first deputy speaker because they got opportunity, and Andrew Mwakwesiama also benefited by becoming by being elected as the second deputy speaker. How did that happen? Because if a political party gets a member of its caucus elected as first deputy speaker, second deputy speaker must go to the other group. And NDC didn't put anybody up. So he went to Andrew Mwakwesiama. That is how come he got elected as the second deputy speaker.
Enti wait, at the same Parliament, Moto Abanamuyi second deputy speaker, 52 days, okay.
Especially. That's little. It's Tuesday. And no net okay agenda here.
Oh.
Yes. Including the recomposition of committees.
And your committees are some members and all also no.
There be a committees are MPP. Control and answer almost chair because
yeah. Because who say committees ni bi o ho a minority for na chair e bi o ho a majority for no me ade no.
It is there will be reversal of rules.
Eh na eti we no hadwen.
Hadwen.
Oh sir.
Hadwen. You see, the framers of the Constitution, they contemplated all this. All this 33 years ago. They thought about it. So everything is it will get to a stage, you will get a president who will not have majority in parliament. It's in the Constitution.
Mami Misa Weyo. Speaker Kasemono eno can say such people no woman ye loyal and far more constituencies. What is our statement in the tomb? Okay.
Because all your campaign, no, to see a campaign, Andrews are more the posters I work for Minano. On the posters, no, a better His Excellency Dr. Alaji Mahmoud. And then the random bit Napo. And the posters here. And I all probo and all this vote. Many well-known tickets to Namiwa and the Montu Abama, you are MPP tickets so and the Montu Abama. And so we are MPP for my panel. I thought the beer a yes, I no manum no moshe, only at Waba. Opa, share for me now vote 2020. Omwa to Obama and Rusa Yama to Obama MPP candidate no. Sanka Andrews Yama MPP Wiswa and Kasanko Foni and Abian come back to Obama. And almost to Obama as independent candidate no. So one MPP class as one Abian come to Obama.
Okay. Sir, honorable
is avoiding. So you don't go to the people wearing black.
Yeah.
For them to vote for that, me, to one I miss it. And I'm pay to Munu, amount. What could do parliament? I will say, and then be by self.
Okay.
This there be. And the Mami so the Constitution is if you seek to remain as an independent person in parliament, see a language in here. So almost finally and also okay, because we have taken this decision, we are resigning now. Anka waiting anka back. There would have been no need for this pronouncement by Speaker. So the Constitution is very clear. If you take these steps and you seek to remain in Parliament in that capacity,
okay.
You will not be tolerated.
Mamembisa we so. Yawo aya mo colleague back who belonging to the then minority. Aya Honorable Sophia Karen Edem Akoko.
Yeah.
No wo boom do me abra.
Yeah.
And the koba say the term ni enko na wie ye. We free ho no ba ya waso central say na koba bepre. It virtually no. That is on the constituency na twem. Yawo MPP ni ono so your friend na Amadoku ya no we Kuapem North. Ono so free ho eba ye okan kwe North. Ono so eba be no de owini. That is on Kuapem North for etwem. Safwe say you can loyalty to constituencies are. And they are can the same seat na no mo kwana kan him for na loyal.
Okay, my interest so Supreme Court had opportunity to pronounce on this matter. One say a political party can conduct primaries or conducting primaries and no interest who are ya pound who no best result. Started the American.
Was it a bad as why you found one on Monday?
There be a no interest who na your best result.
Oh, okay.
Aha. It is only an expected your friend presume right. Say Yakob primary will release until say nominated as sponsor formally with the Electoral Commission. You are just presumptive.
Okay.
And now Supreme Court said the internal elections of the political party, the parties have their own rules to govern it, and they cannot interfere once it is democratic. So at the American, and even in a national laws, will be on your registered voter. I will also be to me obetumi akọ contest elections for once or you register voter in any other constituency in this country. So at the American.
Okay.
So, but so fire echo file the ofi domin ofi obum domi abra and obe file wo MPP ticket so ayawa so only Henry Court call and oko contest wo MPP primaries and no would have qualified under 97 1. That would be H. Because you are leaving your political party to join another political party.
Okay.
The argument is about harmony. So at the American.
Mm-hmm.
It's about harmony. So the example now, Nippon raised, it is not applicable. So Dokua if stuff and I know and about can't no on the ticket of the NDC, it would have qualified.
Okay.
In this case. But it's the same party internally. So he hasn't infringed Article 97 at all.
Okay, after Yanshan BM, said ya wakana no cre constitution and can once, but maybe what challenge one, a major say Ghana for being so was our how no. Dear woman is say, one I to a bar mount, say a year, Kuapim not about 2 pesos, so yeah, Rashi beginning. And now a woman and party internal elections in tea. What declare with intention say who free constituency anymore, even though on the same ticket of the MPP, what the ball can't go not. Yato abama wo bom do me abra. When you were human ye. And no me there to any kura wun on the same ticket, where free constituency anymore say, oh, call Ayawa so central. Unyin ni say, yen sanche sad ye ni biem. Because I ne na say about one share no so at your how be beba. Ebane sa na nipa no ne loyalty or the back of the new constituency no o komuno na ne manfo na kem eti obejime di se ana woni me ya adwe se sa gwada se ye hwe mbra ne yie na ye de bi be hye mo constitution no ma parliament ma ye ho adwuma ana because ebane sa na ne manfo no wagya mo nyanka o ma ye orphans.
Okay, I don't know. You can technically conclude say I say or say domi obum domi abrano uncontested view. That is what it means.
Yes.
I saw Uncle view. So she's still in parliament serving them. But it is going forward and I say oh you know Emma movie. And say no I'm not in my own quite. So the first time we see so there was a deputy speaker of parliament. Honorable, Kai Ofi, North, that time, North, Tom, member for Kajrasa.
Yeah. Okay.
When Honorable Kajrasa was, I think, the first MP for Ayawaso West. That time, now we're going to come. First, he was MP in Accra. Let's check the history. He was MP in Accra. But subsequently, he left Ayawaso and went to contest in South Town seat. So that was the first time a city MP switched constituency. And then subsequently became a deputy speaker to Speaker D.F. Anna. Hello?
Yeah, me
And so after that, and Madam Honorable Amele Tego.
Tego, yeah, Amele Tego.
And Obe replaced, but that election was contested by the MPP via Honorable Amu. That is dragging for 2 years. And the Supreme, the High Court made a ruling, now the life of the parliament has come to an end. So that was the first time a city member of parliament switched constituencies whilst continuing to serve the existing constituency that he was initially elected. So that is the precedent. So as for the internal movement, I think the constitution permits it. I will not fault Dokua for what she's doing, and I won't fault Sophia for what she has done, because it is still within the internal harmony of the law. What the constitution frowns on is joining another political party. In fact, that is the language of the constitution.
Okay.
Not another constituency, or not switching constituency.
But the Honorable Misusu says, association of constituencies in India.
You are making very sound argument, and I agree with you to some extent. We can look at it, especially when the issue of loyalty, when the loyalty angle is then I think the examples you are citing is amenable.
Okay.
And I said they are tenable.
All right. Say, every Ebenader cause is a parliament, Monamukura majority. Na examine so akopia Supreme Court no rap federal marking na ne man for say until says Supreme Court had determination beba no omuntu omo na in parliament o nti be say na o man na yebu.
Oh, Mark Jerry, you see, as a ceremony buying MPs now more buying up and as a money kasa. It's say on many occasions minority yenya kopa in Zambia, anye there were parliament, ye the akoko, yankase until say Supreme Court, idi assembly into your 9C parliament, and mebubo biswatra. One, e-levy, ye passing e-levy over 4 years ago. Anye ye call Supreme Court, besin ne, assembly yamoso, yankase until ya decide e-levy case, ye into your 9C parliament. In fact, you're walking out, you're press conference, but you could see baby and return to the house and continue to do business. It also be, we know deny. Just early this year, President Epim Pam, the ministers of one day, I think 14 February 2024, you know, say was sacking ministers, you know, bubo, no ministers or see where the Kanka say was sacking woman, or Pamo, Omukofino, and on one say was I or reshuffle. I'm running Mount Quinsa. And to be the Supreme Court. Be the Supreme Court, you know. And I'm bizarre say, and the emphasis into the whole process. In fact, in the same breath, no, or try some new fresh appointments here, the own parliament. And to be see, there's a man in sister, and the Supreme Court emphasis on Muzanto Parliament not to continue with the vetting of the ministers until the whole matter is determined, including the fate of those 5 ministers, Ayapam, and then in the next moment, you know, President said, "Why are we reshuffle?" Because to me, you know, once our family, that's the end. You have power to reappoint. If you want to reappoint, those 5 ministers must come to Parliament for vetting. Supreme Court catcher said they cannot injunct Parliament from doing his work, even though I brought a matter to court. It doesn't mean that they must injunct Parliament from doing its work until they determine the matter on its merit. So Parliament should continue to do the Enyan and Duma. As soon as Supreme Court has a pronouncement to interfere with poverty, Attorney General, Parliament was called upon to vet the ministers and approve of them. Senator Wokroma. The ministers in the
yes.
Even though case no work.
I.
Thank you. And so they are some kokota. Who the can kokota? No just away the people. And I feel Marky why I made. Meaning was the same study group when you graduated in 2009. We are close friends. He knows that. The Udi has some kokota. No just say we are saying the world will continue until the matter is determined on its merit. In any case, also the injunction about them. So let the court hear the injunction. The pendency of an injunction does not injunct the act. He knows the authority. And to say, as you, as leader of your groups in Parliament, you put the statement say to draft. you are disappointing your party. Because NDC, we fought, we go back. Anytime we had this, we went back to fight. Like any parliament issues here, you raise here, and then you just start sexy. And society. Sir Andrew Samuel as a woman, I'm raising it first in September. Nomination is 13th September. And I'm saying, this matter, we have to raise it again because it's the same person. And in the Congress Act in 2020, and the Speaker made pronouncement. So my people will raise this matter. And then other candidates that they can't. Who questioned me Twitter account in September? I raised it right. People, it was a whole debate on my page. But I told them we'll raise it on the floor at the appropriate time. And that's how come we've done it. And I was happy my other leader took it up. He said, Honorable Haruna Ifisu, Saturday to healing, or trying to learn how to launch the campaign and amplify Assembly Man. They discussed it with minority leader, now majority leader, to force it that he should lead the issue.
Okay. Quickly, Mamenji way a Memphis Central more parliamentary candidate. Enra Mama you call your press conference. And one more Kasem said ya no ma kono interlocutory injunction a omodia 23 so wama serve electoral commission so only no woman so ababo ntia ba be kire said ya woman san kan interlocutory injunction woman ntimi file no. And also mo jane de.
Okay. Your full electoral commission and to one among papa.
Ade.
Yes, it's an injunction does not disqualify a person. And that's the law. When I am injuncted, it doesn't mean I am ineligible.
But sir, no, one must say, one may receive a interlocutory injunction or they were served.
Yes, maybe. The main prayer of Asema at that court, and it said, NDC parliamentary primaries now selected Joanna Jano. That's the major prayer. And to the Electoral Commission, all that they have to do is to proceed, is to maintain the status quo. What is the status quo? The status quo, say, Obi placing injunction on you. The injunction is that don't commit any further act. Let's maintain the status quo. The status quo is that Joanna Jan is our candidate. So you maintain that. You don't entertain any other issue until the matter is finally determined. But you don't proceed to disqualify her. What about if the matter is determined and she's clean? Then opportunity opinion of the contested election. Would you call for a by-election and after a re-election? What will Electoral Commission do? So Electoral Commission completely bastardize the issue. And we are back in court. Yes, we have also sued the Electoral Commission to place injunction on the Electoral Commission not to conduct the parliamentary elections in that constituency.
Okay, maybe I tell you. Sir, electoral process, internal elections are also. Na obi intend ho say or dissatisfied. Until no so the assembly court we timi secure interlocutory injunction. E dey aba beto saa abano so a no what does it mean? And no say sa constituency no beto so na all the processes candidates na wagui no will go through the process now because already an interlocutory injunction has been secured to restrain the candidate so be carrying itself as the parliamentary candidate of the NDC in the constituency.
Yes. So the NDC won't have the opportunity to fool another candidate because the time has elapsed. So if you proceed to hold elections on 7th December, NDC will not be in the competition. That is the effect of what the Electoral Commission has done.
Okay, so in this sense, na Electoral Commission no na ko mumbu court mra no so ana. Okay.
You maintain what we call status quo.
Okay.
Status quo any day. And it's before the injunction was secured, NDC already has a candidate.
Okay.
So you maintain the status quo. You continue to give recognition to that person until the court says otherwise. So if tomorrow the court says that Joanna Jan is not supposed to be the NDC's candidate, and yet she has gone through the election and won, then the Electoral Commission will do what she has to do under law by holding a fresh election. That's all you do.
Now, under what circumstance, and as I said, the status quo must be remained or maintained?
What is happening now? What are they seeking to injunct? You want to injunct the Electoral Commission from doing anything further. Anything further will be like what? You understand? So the status quo is that if you say you maintain it because they are prayer. They say primaries now you did power to an need him. And it's a court. Edit-to say NDC primaries and then Electoral Commission will give them opportunity to hold a fresh election.
Okay.
So we are going to injunct the Electoral Commission. Emrano, it cuts both ways.
Okay.
Yes. So
all
we
right.
also injuncted them from holding parliamentary elections in that constituency until the issues are resolved. That is a minor stuff. You see, because the Electoral Commission, I know, they will hold the elections minus the NDC's participation. So our interest will not be catered for. So MPP will be free to participate. Aka, which is my colleague, Aka, would have
Peter Kwachiaka.
Yes, would have had opportunity to also participate. Other political parties or filing would have had opportunity to participate. But by the Electoral Commission's administrative pronouncement, the NDC is not qualified to participate. Based on an interim injunctive order.
Auntie, I know about the sana NDC into me can say more refile, more konama sign, I refile nipa fufrana.
No.
Oh, okay.
And what is instructive is that the Electoral Commission is not asking NDC that pursuant to CI 127, where 45 days prior to the election, if death occurs, if certain events occur, you can suspend elections in the area for the house for further arrangements to give the party that has lost the candidate to fill a new person, or give the party opportunity to replace whatever candidate it is. They are not telling anything in the letter, say, given under the circumstances, we urge you to fill the new candidate. They didn't even tell the NDC that.
Okay. And some see, Samutimi secure injunction the another Electoral Commission. And ya dia say what about one the Memphis Central hono ebekoso.
Ebekoso, because we have the injunction has been passed.
But no, you're only on the parliamentary.
Yes, it's
okay.
Only on the parliamentary.
Yeah,
it's only on the parliamentary.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable, yada say anope is only a din komo.
My guy.
Yo, that means so.
I mumbe support him.
Oh, na sao they support dada. Na say me kwa na committee members kura bisa wa say na me say hwe wani abere pa.
Committee members catch on say enche bi o metim.
Vatiaze. Okay. Me da say pa that means so. Okay. Yo. Yene Honorable Nelson Dafiamakpo. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamakpo. Or yes, South Die Mrashebejeni on the end of the common so extensively. Or say lawyer name Efa in Nwama Ekoso. Oh, Ghana Mrashebejefie. ene eye NDC nso challenge obu face wa Memphis Central. Special happy birthday men koma eye Josiah Kwabena Abeka Buama Pratt. Josiah Kwabena Abeka Buama Pratt, you are 2 years today. Wo papa your friend Kofi Abeka. Oya Juma of Special Eyes eye Jowulu headquarters. Ose ya wo shewu happy birthday. Yan wo shewu happy birthday. So Josiah Kwabena Abeka Buama Pratt. Happy birthday to you. Nyankopon mo a omo ho ban na nyine ba be ye pedimpa from your family, your dad Kwabena Kofi Abeka of a Special Eyes Jowulu headquarters. I wish you happy birthday. Okay, hetia for you go so. Yeah, share a sama go don said ye call and the various interviews are. Yeah, the to also. Kwabena trust na beba, mami twa Kwabena Debbie I'm the one transact. Kwabena
Ayi Majari.
Yes.
Na me kase. Nti chairman team ne nanabi. Nti asem we omantumi.
Na also asem na dafoma na wo hwe usuhum die. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, according to Jeff Konadu, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia num nyina ekwa asem no mo wo nyina intervene. Etore bia nipa no bona dwemu pa kwa na utimi ya ho hwie o.
Oh, my daddy say chairman say ni makam kura nipa na ebo.
Na Peter Kwatiaka. How say this it now moto so ana?
Na making. Nti asem ya na. Because I want prevent ade no na e happen na. Afa ubon say ebia na wo ye ho hye enye yi. Nti na me say ye rentim ne Henry na boache senka se kodua de ono oye secretary.
Secretary no chief scribe.
But chairman no organizer no. Also organizer na boa no. Na chairman so aye titreni. Nka at least wo mu betumi aka nanka asomje aba but wo mama asem no aginsem. Obuafo yi dear na Jeff Kunedu anye. But now I think still na nka they can do something. They can do something.
Yeah, some more. Okay. All right, Kwamna. Yem fa krata na fabi to aso o kakra mami.
Yo. Abusiafo na de wobofo a ne nam ho apaso. Daily graphic ya me de mamu ate amamu akwa be. Speaker of Parliament ya. Right Honorable Aban King for Smano Babin. And Randy and was in Tobe. Hey, what in a condom no agina hinte? Or so no ya would day. As I say ya would day. Or he ni biarante say wo. Speak or so no ya would day. As I say ya would dear. Or he ni biarante say wo. Speak diwohine abamba bie diwohine abamba bie diwohine na minim so what they say ne desert mpaboa no because na what wonti manhu mpaboa crop ya na se no minim so what say sa desert lion mpaboa no ana say was winter.
Oja the dress in the obesha sa mpaboa no pe because oja dress na no de te ona.
Zampaboa no osa wo di bibia to for mo enka no. Wo ya no enka no. Obebo atra. Na odi buaye. Enti speaker declare CCA minority leader be majority leader so be minority leader. Wo mu kwa adwuma pon na obi asa brasesa. Enti ononyamfo Alexander Kwame na afanyamake oye minority leader. Ena ni nua Dr. Kesa to forcing won ya mfantefa wo fimmantom ono so aba ye majority leader we mpodi asanya den si obi ni nua enti we na asesa aba ha na we asesa aba enti minority fo no mo ba kwa eja ne nsa benkum
say ba na say sitting positions ni nyina asesa
na majority fo na ba eja ne nsa ni mfa ɔhene ba ne nea ne papa te ase wɔn na edi wɔn hene na parliament wɔbɛyere basaa mɛde mmara kakra bi na mɛsrɛ mu VR ne Greco yɛ ka abom hwan yɛ ka abom esi yɛ a moyɛ majority mɛsrɛ mu mmontungu yɛse NDC ne MPP ayawa so west ɛyɛ showdown na ɛyɛ John Dumelo ayawa so west wego ɛyɛ John Dumelo ɛna maame ne de sɛ
anya Alasa
Seyira Alasa wɔne John Dumelo ɛbɛyere basa sɛ nka menyɛ sɛ mempɛ pii a nka hɔ na memmɛkɔ akɔ report at mempɛ pie de bia mpɛ dɛ mo hyɛ mo a mo pie no magyere magyere sɛ deɛ woyɛ outing time wopɛ pie
me pie mom deɛ mepɛ pie
nti mo bɛkɔ ɔda me nso pɛ pie paa nti mbɔkɔ abɔnten na mema sɛ inside na the Ghanaian publisher wɔkyɛ sɛ afɛnyɛ mark ɛnora deɛ yɛse ɔbraste MP no speaker paa nso ankwankosi aga Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers ɛna wɔsrɛ Ghanafoɔ sɛ yɛnto aba na nya asomdwe na owura James Kofi Anan ɛna maame a wɔne no wɔba wɔde no akɔkɔ to sɛ wɔn nkɔyɛ ne psychiatric test wɔn hwɛ sɛ bibia yɛ kama we awaresɛm nso mo de abɛto pepɛm kura asesɛm akwa maja we ade yɛ de bɛto pepɛm nkɔyɛ psychiatric test sɛ na adwene nya adwuma na ɔbaa mu nso watam obi a wone no woba wone wo ba papa watam wo ba papa ɛse yɛnkɔ sɛ na adwene nti wo are you telling us say wo ba no ne papa na adwene nya adwuma na adwene nya adwuma na wo da hɔ no na wo yɛ no
ade nti no ɔbɛyɛ kura ɔyɛ sa
ma ɔmo yɛ ade a ɔmo nwene nkwatire kura sɛ adeɛ bia ba ne tirimu apɛ no ɔmo asɔre kikiri nti do you think about ubano odwene no ho
abra say bia na time na ɔne ne tene na dwe ne yɛ na sɛ si no hu
obi a ɔyɛ parliamentary candidate na dwene nya adwuma na ɔyɛ parliamentary candidate
but anyway me say no I don't think
and nyansa bia anim nyansa ba kokora anim na nti ɔde ne kwan ɔde ne court so ɔnkɔyɛ psychiatric test na wonim sɛ nipa na dwene nya adwuma na woda hɔ no na wonyem yɛ wo yɛ no ɛne obi a na dwene nya adwuma tumi no wo de ɛne na wo mu akato ato aso ɛma mu yɛ ade a mo nyene nkwatire kakra nya sɛ bibia ba utirimu a ɛsɛ wonya nkɔfoɔ nso tu no fuo fa no kɔ me can so obey me kurom ni infant
baba na ade no assemble ya na ba
assemble mpo
na mpese menti ase ade na ba
tan we ese benya nkofo na fa no kɔ me se fa no ka ja court fa no kɔ court me yɛ fa no kɔ enye no kwa na lo mo ma ta court me yen court obenne onya futufu papa bia na accident asa nyoko kokota enya na wa kande fa no kɔ mo wanhwɛ na adwene fa no kɔ na modi we abatu de bokratem mo guat samu akwa na delegate de bokrata nanim ha anti LGBTQI+ wo mo court no Supreme Court wakachire Parliament say o man 7 days on filing the defense no NDC ne EC omo otema nso wa Memphis Central enkofo nan no a womo free parliament ya ye ko masem no womo mfoni da ha di odi kan Peter ya akwati aka o hye nanimu a na asem be ye de papa wo obi a o so asem wo ntwa so menim so wa SD aso opinion ya asem tuntan ye kadan ba kuna Edward ye no bone ene ye kwa akopa chew pasadaji akabia ena papa ne se na abemu anu a wodi matem no wowe ene yeso wo fie na yene asori mpanimfo ne yetu ana ma obepa chew ama no ye kabia wo se na adan na mo ne no ama yeso ni empeso obeba na ebufuo no eja wo de yi free utrim anya hwe nipa na huonwi mate Samo mfa akoda no ma de ma yi afiri mitim de atale me moma so nti womu wa ha Andrew Esia ma amu ako ono de na samo nsada nyede da everyone's na samo de kakro Cynthia Mamre Morrison ono so da ha na wo hye nanimu a wo say yes fantia wa ko school la wa wo bo da yes omo tinitan ana anu mpode okada wo hye na ebufu a covid scan obetre mesmo ye wedi covid scan ose obi onyim no be hye na ebufu a no be hye na ahoroba na wose wa di covid scan en wa tita mankofo obetre mesmo covid scan wedi te wa obo bebi obegina Koda Santi Suhum Empatose me patose what the one soon for the abatua was the teacher there who was the teacher there basa one also not some tune time Nini answer ya as opinion and warrior say one ya's opinion Nini answer Nini I suffer obi a wo ewurade efre unia pa na kudo uyese on sesi a mahu asem aba enti si asem esi parliament mu se nipa na we mudim pepa da generation to come ye bewu akwa ba sa ba beto se mo kudo asante oboafo Cynthia Morrison and asiama amuako and the same amako de nkwa de nzada nyade but wudi mpem ena Peter ya kwati aka mo for musketeers womo ya 4 battalions sa 4 battalions we mo ya infantry artillery regiment yes artillery regiment infantry battalions womo le go Yes, Rani, as your friend Abna Yantra. Yes, what I will do. Any I didn't funny of it. Now, the new weekend crusading guide, Dr. Prince Ama, yes, or quarter 8 year as president. Na Okoya campaign at the Etiano. First local music streaming platform in the offing. Vice President Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bawumia was in November. Say Radia Duma. Hey, my tell you one will say, see how we are no more. What the two streaming? Yan talk I said to be otis first year. We pet na ye talk I said ye to see. Is see how the streaming? What the two of pair a behete? What the two wape ebe hate inti menyum no mekwa akofa na mede akwa akoto ho
ade wa twa
o my ayanyum despite music production featuring a man signed to me Kwabena Mafo and Kim Paluta Kwame Eugene Nasi Fete Wanyaman Akukon die Akukon die Openi ya yaji akukon masa Openi ya yaji akukon masa akukon die Ose Kwame, that's right. That's right.
And you know what born in here? We now the quack to your friend say. And then down man so on.
One Ghana for Musubai.
Yes, Suban then.
So be ya, dear moon sending cry.
Oh, Miss say, when I want to go to one and I say a year for fro. Sometimes say, and I know a single and
a album.
Hey, and that is a dose. Okay, okay. That's how I want to add it. Add it.
Kwame, that's right. Why are Coco? And then the young cutting quay. And then the young contemporary quay. Yen cacra. And cacra. And ran quay. And ran quay. There ya crown, Brabomuno. I am a conquer. Odem. Makonkwe on them.
Now also be feature Kwame Eugene.
We didn't come here to pray.
Obe feature Kwame Eugene.
And no need the ebe ya was saying.
Anka Kwame Eugene ebe to say what na shame.
Some when them we didn't come here to pray. Rockstar.
Oh, okay.
Now call there to us into one year came Paruta. No one also the need the other.
Aba beto aso.
Na obi ayire no ho abonyum na obi tia obeka che na kwabrama afo nto nkwase anyum be no oboyi. Ade asamusem nkuran.
Na nka wotemi bo onyum ne ye. Because when make attempt to cry say wo kwotwa anyum ne na for mo.
Yes. Wo ba keka ne amasi ani de be ya anyum. Se mili abrobe ebo nyom na nkofo se ne ne ya se 5510 ya abofom ese me se Ghana fo di
ese to me encourage you no to me ade ne ye
boy ya okunu ho western gospel musician sa obo nyom a ma jere ya nne enipa mpanya menyum tie kura boy ya bonyum instead say Kamube tie no watching no more friend programs name baako the return of Christ and no say utie nyum na hu say eka Yesu a wo ba eho asem enso ne enipa do wiase kura tie nyamesem the return utie nyum na hu say boy no enwosra wo no so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The return. The Christ and the return. It will return. Come again. And Matthew chapter 24, verse 1. And it tells about the return.
Why did the boss anyum no? Okay. Say no so fine. We utum say ngosra wo. Para ma mi twa simra.
Oh, pamo.
Me pamo. Me pamo me se bi twa si yaba.
Why hu lomo.
Me se bi twa si.
Why hu lomo. And I oh pamo.
Me pamo.
Gasabo
gasaba. Inwusia efri eja ni jebidie mu enye maya pomuden te se cigarette nom. Ebetumi ama yen akomayare, stroke, ena daachi bi ebetumi ahayeni. Yenananom, enanom, yenua ama, eyerenom, emerima, eduane no afo, ni obiara oda so di jebidie nu eduane. Momma yensesanko LPG gas. National Petroleum Authority ni inko aka bom the cylinder recirculation model aba said the ebema obiara nsa aka gas wo bebia se wo cylinder ana se wo ni bi kayen CRM anamontuo ne ho eno ane se wo beko bebia yesesa cylinder no tuasika kakra bi na je cylinder ya hye ne ma ana sesa wo cylinder na gas ni mu no ye behwe se bibia ntochima se ye bisa mo se mo wo gas afei de gas abo gasaba in Kaiboy Free National Petroleum Authority any Ministry of Energy.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I'm saying that Ghana must not introduce free SHS on the whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Akufado, minya udeni, uye bwe. Baumia, minya udeni, uye bwe.
Hey, Mami Jemfwa, ne dena ma wani aji we awe say.
Minia, se me kaya dia free SHS ayama me ne me ma wo hu. Na me hu ne minya mpo. Esan dia na nado danko Akufado eno Dr. Baumia ayenti. Se wo kaya bra, me kuna no hwe ye nyina efri mu no.
Ane, me kai pa.
Na ni daso nyina sa. Se me de me ma miensa ne nyina be ko school. Ekosi se na nado danko Akufado any Dr. Baumia edi free SHS ebaye. Se sia me mamiensa coffee esi any kojo any na kosko akese ni bi. Minia na wonim de ya no mo eka. Omo se omo ba omo de nsachaye bebe mo. Ebi mo se omo ba omo betwam. Ebi mo so omo ba mbe ma ofo ni bi etua school fees ni bi.
Hey, omo pese omo yoma de ni bi mo. Enti just why na ntua. Na why nko ni free. Omo pese omo ya eyeya ye ni bi no esi nchen. No mo side omo connection man. Any protocol nsem yi. Say free SHS papa ya yemba yi koyo.
Enu ti na wose aboye homodin bia say ye bebo free SHS ho ban na ya no mamba mbesai ade papa na nado ene Dr. Baumia ede abrayen yi o
enye free SHS for ya na mama ne nkofo se enye possible yi nanso se say die
it is possible afiwe ye tu abadi abo free SHS ho ban tu mama Dr. Baumia number 1 on the ballot.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Yamo akwa ba de ba Ghana Montie so we need 100 points na mama farm messages ni bi ne fan to aso. Majority Richard Amasaman Richard. Also we need peace in Ghana. We need peace in the December 7th January elections. If peace will prevail, then Mr. Dampare led Ghana police must be neutral and stop arresting only anti-MPP people. I know some NDC members in Mambobi are also planning arming themselves since the police has refused arresting Alhaji Aziz despite receiving video evidence of holding pistol and shooting NDC supporters in Mambobi. Rich and Eddie Free Amasaman. Mesha Kasante Amasaman says indeed what is written is written. It doesn't matter how long it will take, it will surely come to pass. The political power has finally transferred from MPP to NDC. I will urge the new majority in parliament led by Honorable Atto-Forson to try within their power to abolish killer taxes like e-levy, COVID-19 levy, and betting tax before the election is held. Ghanaians can now begin to celebrate because the victory of President Mahama is fully assured. Mesha Kasante. Well, it's a good morning to you, Mark. What happened in Parliament yesterday clearly shows that the elephant is on its way to the Etiwa forest. A federal market can even go to the ICC, that's the International Criminal Court, The Hague. The man Bagben has spoken. Anafunanaku. Good morning, Jerry. God bless the Speaker of Parliament for making the rightful decision yesterday. MPP, if you plan evil, evil will come back to you. Isaac Opoko de La Paz. King David Adifrikaswa Otamet. President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have run away from the city against the dollar and now calling for debate. Bawumia cannot scam Ghana again. Change has come, and the good people of Kaswa are voting for JM and Felix Nakoyo. Well, say good morning, fellow Ghanaians. Oh yes, God has spoken yesterday. It shall reflect on December 7th. By the grace of God, I have a clear revelation that the debate Bawumia and Nanado are calling for is a direction from the Amalams and Juju people, but God has already cancelled it. Hey. Jerry P. Odifri Abufu. Citizen Francis, I'll say anyway, Parliament had a few days to go on recess. Our MPs per Article 104 will be needed to take major decisions. November to December is really not a big deal in election years for Parliament. We shall focus on our campaigns and leave Parliament to bargain and take decisions. Citizen Francis, no, Odiaba. We say even if all pastors in Ghana pray and anoint John Dramani Mahama, he would not be president again. John Mahama will be disgraced and humiliated in 2024 presidential elections. Ghanaians will humiliate him once again, and Mahama is the most greedy man in Ghana's history, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the man with the vision with an unblemished integrity. Mahama should stop running away from the debate. Teacher Kujo. Mark Jerry, if Mahama stops being drunk. Oh, Charlie. Afraid. It's over more fine chairman. One pump. Main kind mentor also message. Francis Satan, Eddie Frama Saman. I say President Anado is the only president who has disappointed the past, disappointed the present, and has disappointed the future. Surely, Nana Bawumia government will forever remain the biggest disappointment of the Fourth Republic of our dear nation. History will judge them, and they will go down in the history book as failures. Francis Satan. And all the other. Well, say good morning, Mark Jerry. This is Emmanuel Baden Adams from Ashoman Estate. Mark Jerry, God bless you and Kwabena Manfo for the good work that you guys have been doing to help this country. Let us, amen. Ejabata Koti said, now that NDC is majority, I pray a bill is sent to Parliament to abolish e-levy and betting tax immediately. Morning majority, evening minority, JDM 24-hour economy is working. Ejabata. Putin. Lamteke Rashid in Wenchi Bandaline. If the NDC claim they are the majority, then they should abolish taxes that they claim to be nuisance. Now say, McJerry, the hang parliament has rather benefited the MPs financially instead of the detailed checks and balances. Lamteke Rashid with us. President John Mahama, if Ghanaians vote for you to come to power, don't copy somebody. Isa is zongo. McJerry, I know very well that vigilantism law has passed, but the NDC and John Mahama is still abusing the law. And if police don't take any action immediately, what will happen in these elections won't be good at all. Kwekwater or the Fitama. Where's McJerry? Even in opposition, NDC have started ruling. It's clear that the elephant is on the way. High speed to the bush. MPP should start preparing their handing over notes. Obibini Blackman, Tama West. Where so Dr. Bawumia can assemble young university graduates with placards at traffic intersections as bold solution for jobs after almost 8 years in power shows how empty and scary he is. Young university graduates. There is hope with the NDC. John Mahama 24-hour 24-hour economic policies with the sole aim of jobs. Alai Baba Usuchi ni Ashimo. Edoka Samaika say, now the NDC is the majority in the parliament and the MPP is minority. The MPP is back to default. The defeat has just started. Let's work harder. My greeting to Asamaika say, Owen Kwame Prempon. Time and signs all show that JDM will be our next president. They haven't voted yet, but Honorable Ato Folson has become a majority leader. God of Mahama is alive. Mususun Kaso. Mr. Speaker has done a great job. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia will win with a greater majority in 2025. MPP, you will learn lessons from what happened in Parliament yesterday. Where is I think 1 month to elections with this hula baloo in Parliament, there are more pressing issues to be dealt with, and this can't make a party win par. Ray and Odiabe. So they are canon. What a shock! And that will definitely send MPP to opposition, but they must know that the stake in which we use on Techi, the same stake will be used on Bar. The party members and leaders should be faithful to themselves. Theophilus Yaukuma Nyansa, Tema Community 4. Comments Adomi Pele 2 say minority turn to majority. Majority turn to minority. Still, inshallah, Dr. Baumia will be the next president of the Republic of Ghana. Majid Mensah became Toronto. See, the speaker in Parliament yesterday did exactly what Aaron Maikokwe did some time ago. The MPP majority leader can cry blood. The court in Ghana can't help the MPP this time around. We have started the reset right here in Ghana's Parliament. Okroyabo Abremai Benin, NDC press conference is needless and much ado about nothing. They said they would go to court to challenge it. So where from this press conference? Where are you, Okro Yabua? Well, so good morning, McJerry. Please, I want to know the difference between the application of the law and the interpretation of the law. Albambabian just applied the law. Afendo Markin is wasting everybody's time. Emisa from Tema. Well, so my name is Ebenezer Kwabena. Kudos to all NDC members of Parliament, especially Honorable Haruna, for petitioning Speaker to follow the law and precedent. The Reset Ghana agenda has started, but let's beware of the Supreme Court. Now it's clear that MPP is not a political party, but an entity formed to milk this country, because any decision they take is for their interest, but not for the people of Ghana. How will you take a decision will later come to haunt you? Or don't know what the British is gone. Cool. Hussein Salifu for Council Speaker Albambabian hasn't been fair to the majority. It is obvious that he doesn't want to offend his political party NDC. Where's the Magjera Mosman inside Katamanso? News to Sports. Please, let's vote for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia number 1 on the ballot paper. Masaudi Adifri Bantama. JDM should continue tackling himself and have the confidence that what happened in Parliament is a victory for the NDC. Ghanaians are well discerning and will vote massively for number 1 on the ballot paper. Masaudu, Masabantama. McJerry, greetings to you and Kwabena. Felix Abi Kwankoma. God has punished them tit for tat. Ghana is not for anyone. Okay. Where is the NDC and the AGYEMAN has nothing new to offer Ghana, so we won't waste our precious votes on the dead goat. The MPP has the best policies to transform Ghana on the digital space. And that's it. What Article 97 seeks to cure is this? For example, I'm a Voltarian but an MPP, knowing that I may not win MPP ticket. Then I find a way to stand on the ticket of the NDC only to defect to MPP after voting. For by the people who gave their thumbs thinking you are NDC. Patrick Odifakra. KK said Dr. Alhaji Bawumia is the next to lead Ghana. Mama is the old wine. Number one for bold solutions. Mark Jerry, my name is Osankide Yao Taifa. President Akufo-Addo is 100% right to call ex-President John Mahama to have a debate with His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, because we all know that this year's election is not about cheap propaganda and lies, but is about outlining a sustainable politics or policies and realistic idea. But I wonder why ex-President Mahama is running away from the debate. Solomon Asante, member of the MPP communication team. Solo Mache. It's say, no mistake. And
no mistake. No mistake, right?
Okay.
All right.
Amalaba, I am member of the NDC Communication Bureau. Kingsley Haruna Amalaba. Amalaba Mache.
Enyo, Baje.
It's say,
pass.
Jerry Uswape, where General Secretary, Liberal Party of Ghana. Jerry Mache.
Jerry.
It's say, be microphone one. Okay, and then Friday as usual, and some go down there also. Weekend, some say IPAC meeting and rather big, one of the biggest fishes on the table. The AC of Ghana Russia with your fear. Any other matters and normal also a year that what you solo. I'm just saying for you.
I hope say it is no different from as usual. Send a blank check. Tinona why you ba send what confining to maybe say our question, you know.
And say about the major stories then you go ahead.
Thank you. Once a blank check, as usual, let's treat it as we've been doing it. They can touch on a year, the NRA. Let me say, we ensure that assembly people will be so much alarmed. It be no found a two part that say na your friend is saying you're turning overnight from minority to majority is a fallacy. What is going on? They say majority due process in the age is being governed by the rule of law. The rule of law as underpinning separation of powers underpinning. Well, na Papa Aruna Idrisu na sebio or finding some faults with 4 of the MPs. Say bakon ofi NDC mu eko independent. Mienu if MPP mu eko independent. Ena bakod oye independent MP or parliament. But wa file say or call MPP in the next election. In fact, Gina Bia is meant for the next parliament, and yet this parliament. You know, a koto Adgyemam Rashebe never say Tuesday, and I'm reconvening as I said about 2. You know, I'm speaker is some man in Nenu, on fa Nenu no, and Kodwene now on fa Nanu DCM, Emetuja. Nenu no soon, and Raya war. And now ordinary DCM Ebetuja say, oh no, they're not dreaming a cherry say. And then in tears, if I am Brano on a cherry say, the interpretation, HRSA, Sebi, Article 97 1G and Sebi, Aruna Idrisu, Honorable, the Eginas with the Incrofono, and some Betuja, Yen new movie because almost sinning against very provision of the 1990 Constitution. HN say ampa the Aruna can no carry. Tisa MPs and 9 no for 50 or membership. Just say if it and rana nanu December 2 Jano. Omunda nye MPs Mrashe Ebium. Metise oye no obi can say nice. I say there what the article 97 1G ne pass or betimi aki on saying. Members of Mukura Parliament and under ABA, a particular political party. Now, Ochena, Ogunyako Rahasi, Masesa, may you say no, Senator has that deceptive move decepting the sense we deceiving electorates no go one AB electorates 2 months so you independent avido ko real mouse makoha I say that thing seeks to cure sir you know now what about the fact so say or the independent no ko real made for me na dey po example or the independent ko real and ask me for NDC candidate Peter there I mean free central there any example say or the NDC ne ko real and or say next trip no meko content cramming con ewa manyoko biemu inti no can say because of that into you know doesn't it also mean say any electrics na omoto abaman's uncle represent you what deny of their representation and anyway that is not for us to do here because papa afenyo marking say majority leader e dia betu dwa say asemono or the according Supreme Court yes article 97(1)G no Supreme Court ono na sebe yemra pon ama no ho kwan say ban interpretation under article 2(1) any article 130 no kire say wo mo na say ban say yemra pon no yehia nchirikiremu yehia ntiase bi obabi omo na so mutimi chirikiremu ema na yetimi etiase na enye parliament enti no the according wo say sa de we na oru na etintim krata e de akotum rahye bedwam ama speakers okodwene ho yema ne no enti o de abeto wo anim say eye Supreme Court no on fatabo etabo onto eye sa na mo na speaker pese otu ni so na say o de tabo to so a na fe Supreme Court no enkoso no hwe asem no ntemtem no on ma interpretation ni yen hu say sa 97(1)G no wo article your friends 1992 constitution no no and senior speaker any yura aruna edusu ni omo NDC fo ni nyina no wo ma dwene ene omo ti ase ne senior omo ti ase fa no saa na tie ana ase sebio nchechirem fufuro bi ana ase interpretation no enye saa line kra na enam ena opa kire se saa die we odiko dam Supreme Court bailiff abe serve eye parliamentary legal
na zanka kan se said dia NDC ni MPP fo nyina adwen na e kire wo no senate
me komenim enti no osi ye bailiff no ebe ye den ebe serve me
wrote a letter
but me kasa from this premise no I kasa from this premise
okay.
All right and the mechanism me mistake edimi no nam boy no it is true so me mistake that is their position so let me carry on
and that was the position of the MPP. I want you to accept it.
No, I'm not saying no maybe come at the based on this premise maybe okay. I'm not going back.
Okay,
that's what I say. You know, na ni ewomu ni say Supreme Court ama bailiff ababe serve a parliamentary legal affairs committee no. But that was 16th. But according to Yeri Afenyo Marke no, speakers also in Sankahwe. Speakers wa kasa ma yet is also in Sankahwe. But according to Yeri Afenyo Marke no, adenaba ama won sa kawo mrahye bedwam ho enti onu krapo no kire se sa de we ya speaker na moto we wetu akoye se webu nani egu Supreme Court krata ye de abre ne so any anamo a obetu a ye de taboato sanka mo ntu sa anamo no ama wakoye no kire se bio webu court no so Supreme Court no enimity a enti eno so ya de a sebi Yeri Afenyo Marke ye mrahye bedwam edom dodo kan dini no o kire se sadia ene won edom dodo no mo ndanko parliament biem ko si se be Supreme Court ebe determine assessment ewi because otimi hu se adia sebio NDC for na plan e person mo di frustrate parliamentary affairs and near my cause of parliament no because adia no wo mu need that powers some be interpretation na say speaker kono about the interpretation about enye sa na sebio yemra pon no ekire intino na sebio ye papa Afenyo Marke ndom majority group in parliament no mo say no wo mo nko parliament ko si say sa die we no Supreme Court ebe determine osaso Supreme Court almost Supreme Court say onto anamon 10 was asem say na be ya enche na omotimi atoa omo dwumadie so asemwe o twene sen dia kosisen de hia ne se embrapon a kire se e ba ne bibi e wo constitution na hia nkirekire mu a Supreme Court na kirekire mu no de ye nyina ye be ka ne sen ye be kotwa kosisen Supreme Court beba out no abechichi mu ama yen so okay say na asem no etie say na nchichire mu no etie de yen say de akoso wo mrahye bedwam enran eye ne kwan so ana say sebi echia ya ana say fomo ye na ye hu ne etimi de atu nti no emi say efa eho no de meka afa ehu ewo ho no magari emi say na obisa say your friend is NPP under your watch yes we be ananya sana no ba che no we say bi esida ye mra che bedwafo no bibisa esida ba on say eno no so no ye ra Michael Kwe enra meeting nka ono so be kire mbi say eno no ye within the party MP odin ncheche mo de ma no say be ono tu anamo no o say within the party wo mo enje na nyese ti say na we move to affect other people within their political party. Ono ni ncheche mo de ba no ba me ka say we be ka say ni nyina be kwa wie say Supreme Court na tumi ni share ni sam rapon ono na e wo se otimi e chirichiri mu no obeba out no abechiche mti no me de me kasa on this very subject na betwere ha na sebio your friend is saying Supreme Court embre papa mu na say wo mu so asem no na wo mu asem de wo masom ba so be sha ase no maka na matimi a chirichiri mu na ba out no me ye sure say enche ebeba na nyina ehu say anamo etu ne no ano ye fom ya na say ni kwan mu no this week 15th of
the next 5 minutes.
Okay, 15th of October we yet assembly. In fact, I would like to share sa assembly with you. May try to say may na metimi assendi ama o Jerry. Na assembly nyina ne say abine through minerals income and investment funds. Womo etumi afande you mat for ama yensuo neni na sebi ayese chocolate okwabra ni timi ko gina mu di brudo ebom na de share nu mu hedie no senzo no ene yati asem de say omo aye 2 pilots on 2 of the rivers river bromo any river pra western region ema resource no kire say sebi organic components no mu di treatment no organic components approve very well. In fact, World Health Organization almost standards almost setting for stability levels of water and crap. Sa components let me beat your marine crap up and down on that. Ain't no not just say there. See almost on a national reclaim exercise. Say almost kwako treat edikoye ama insuni nyina ayeden enini nyina etimi clear. Me hwehwe we no na send ama mekan a portion of it na wo hu sene we no econo because asem de the magana dia se be di yenya for years ma send ama wo Jerry no me kan no se na be a wo be follow na ko say source ni fi graphic online your friend is saying graphic online hona we no if you know na
I'm sending a mail
aba check it okay you know it three that a human so say technological breakthrough. Oh, if I had known, I would have shared with you. Technological breakthrough. Now, technological breakthrough. No, the Omo can say, the Minerals Income Investment Fund, any University of Mines and Technology, no, they are set to launch an initiative to rapidly clean rivers polluted by illegal mining. To be known as Operation Clean the Water Bodies, the technological breakthrough for the exercise to reduce the turbidity and metal load of water from 2 rivers was deployed by UMAT with funding from MIF, which will also finance its implementation. How it works. The technology pathway involves the application of several organic additives such as moringa, bio-waste, and high molecular weight surface active agents to reduce the turbidity and metal ion concentration in water. In addition, inorganic surface active agents were also used in pilots on the Pra and the Bromo rivers, both in the western region. After adding some amounts of additives, the suspended solids settled and the turbidity reduced below the WHO, World Health Organization, maximum allowable concentrations. MIIF, Minerals Income Investment Fund, and UMAT, University of Mines and Technology, report that the pilot phase of the initiative had already yielded remarkable outcomes in 2 heavily impacted rivers, that's River Pra and River Bromo, signifying the start of a national campaign to reclaim contaminated bodies. For instance, when the pilot when piloted on River Pra at Beposo in Western Region, the technology helped to improve the turbidity from 3,000 NTU to just 0.5 NTU. That shows you how low it has come, even beyond below your friend is saying WHO or maximum allowable level. No, I see total suspended solids, that's TSS, decreased from 450 milligram per liter to 25 milligram per liter, with lead contamination dropping from 0.51 milligram per liter to 0.01 milligram per liter, significantly below World Health Organization standards. With the River Bromo at Nkrofo, where in situ tests were conducted, turbidity improved from 2,390 NTU to 13 NTU. TSS reduced from 13,400 parts per million to less than 0.1 ppm, that's parts per million. And apparent color improved dramatically from 79,738 ppm to 253. From 79,738 ppm to 253 ppm. Also, MIF, UMAT, in a statement said the outcomes did not only highlight the initiatives but also provided a framework for rolling out Operation Clean the Water Bodies nationwide, ensuring cleaner water for communities and ecosystems affected by Galamsey. They said the innovative partnership was to directly combat the destructive effects of illegal mining on Ghana's vital water. Just and say, Nyamiadum. Yes, when they na sebio adani chocolate na ebinim di broko jine mu edie no. Say Nyamiadum. Eye aban through MIF Minerals Income Investment Fund no. Oma fund eye UMAT. Say one way teacher for amu hwe man kwala ne omo do no nko demonstration omo hwe man kwala no. Say assemble my teacher for say academia no. We have to help find solutions to it. Omo aboa a cooperative we are collaborating with MIF. Amomo who say no so we ye the way keke see ani pe yenjuma ye wa ha say as technology ye betimi ayeden a clear isoneni ampama ye ma try river bromu e wo Western Region ma try river pra e wo Western enne isoneni ate it say on tiesi mu akọ all ye river bodies na eni ase no no mo aye na mo di kokobot to say we will not be whole because between organized labor and bank say Ghana forces mining small scale miners no can boom no rounds now say you clank from the river bodies no nature no so be complementing with more effort ama yensuo na any no anything here say be enkoye contaminated be the nyame ase for that right. Breakthrough
Medan say how you need 100.9 amalema
Papa J ma minchia ona minchia ya tifo minchia Jerry and Solo in the studio. For the past 19 hours, midnight, because I've been traveling all the way from the north down south. I just arrived.
Right.
My whole dinner conform. You need to understand that. Papa J, before I come to the substantive issues, perhaps blank check as you always call it, let me deal with these issues briefly, and I'll go to that. During the week, no Mampini Kufuado no or Northeast region. Ufriho, I think 93 days. And before he left, Oko Baumia Nikrum Ohempon Awotia Kunyaso Nairi Ekuchiano or Nahimfi and an impending for and no Edians also. Now, videos are manhunu I saw. Mampini Akufuado, according to the videos I have, I can share them with you. Apologize to Nairi for the injunction that the state placed through the Bolagatanga High Court for his arrest. Abra will see Ohenefufro, a rival chief, Edema Boko, which of course is the Kosak traditional area, and promises to send Naashiriga a bagre to Boko as soon as possible. And a judgment came from Kumasi Appeals Court. Now, report next year said the Court of Appeal in Kumasi has just ruled that the arrest warrant once issued by Bolga High Court for the arrest of Nas Seidu after he was installed as the new chief of Bokuna by Nagbewazu the Nairi 2 years ago was illegal and unlawful and has accordingly cancelled the said court warrant by declaring same null and void. The state blah 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 blah, and the report stated that the judge tried to compare the Asantehines installation of the Tiobodom chief to that of the Boku situation. Kufado left Northeast a day after appeals court in Kumasi, so it is a judgment way Abetuja, and also the ruling way Abetuja. Because it's very unfortunate, and this could immediately heighten and escalate tension in the area, which have known peace for some time now. Ayami wawa. So omampenia yesi wo yemra nimfu. Ebe tua na mo na beki kanse mo etisa. And following that, an appeals court in Kumasi to judgment of the Abani. Papa J, let the whole country and the whole world be informed this morning that as a son of the Kosag land, we are prepared to defend our territory from any encroachment. So Mampenia promises her or the now say to Bagrebe Kobokodia, they will want to see how he is going to do it. If they are going to use the security agencies of the state or the state apparatus to transport that illegal chief to Boko, then it means Mampenia Kufado no one can say now say to Bagre will be going to Boko very soon.
As what?
Fine, as what? That is the question that we are all asking. So soldier for the born home buying. And as you do mine a bamboo cool the born home buying there, we will see it as a declaration of genocide against the people of Kosag. And we won't lie down and allow the state to annihilate us. And we will not also lie down and allow anybody so close with the powers of the state to take young Kusasa for granted. We won't do that. At the moment, we are waiting closely because your elected representatives in parliament, who are the 6 MPs representing the Kosag traditional area. We, the citizens of Kosag, we are waiting patiently to see what our MPs will say. And we are also waiting closely to see what the Christian Council of Ghana, the Islamic Council, and the Peace Council will say relative to Omampene Kufuado. These promises, illegal, in fact unreasonable, and also the subsequent ruling by the Kumasi Appeals Court. We are waiting to see if it is also part of the attempt by the regime to create an insecurity in the area. No more declare that place as how do you call it, state of emergency like that. Hoping to mean 12 by December 7th for there. Then it is a still bad decision. It has failed on arrival. Secondly, so they must know and know. Me kusasni e ba santiman mu ayo me wo ho me nya santiman enya hensam ka sa so na me ntimi ni fa me hwene emba hihye nkranfo ahensam mu likewise to be sa so ne ma kwama hoho bi free krom e fa ne hwene emba se hensam mu se nipa ne ma mpani or you have to pay me for and as whoever the person is.
But they are okay now. We say videos. So.
But yeah, of course, I can share the videos with you. Some I'll forward them to you. Don't worry. And that thing, they must listen and listen very well. Papa J, Anchorophobia at TSC grounds or more surveys. Almost start is that survey no on March 24th, March this year. On my first one, I second one, as I also third one. Me no can say ekoso. Almost to first one didn't say baseline survey 2024. I will mention them to you, don't worry. Almost a second one, I will to the midline survey, almost starting in July 2024. Almost also yes, see about almost starting September 24th. Almost to the end line. From the grapevine source, Mattis and Crawford free NIB. Formerly called BNI. No more years as survey. And they are asking certain people an intrusive questions. Yeah, more extra to more data. More data no koyeden. And the public nintira muntia na pay say. So oh now Crawford ba won in the name of say surveys, near bisa questions are 1. Give them false information, or 2. Don't cooperate with them.
Now, what we are solving to achieve what?
Yes, the issue, the fundamental objective per maybe grapevine source in the say they are collecting the data for the government and for the MPP to manipulate the outcome of the elections. That's the grapevine source.
How come?
Yes, you will understand it until the how do you call the information, how do you call the results is out. Because electoral voter register and my question, and we will come to deal with the details later here. Papa Jane, we are living in very interesting times. Now, if and someone Solo Akano were coming from a lay person, I can pardon him. Yenya kwenya betna video so a yemfa your party colors and ton chen yen kano kakra. Did I hear Solo calling for rule of law? As a student of law, you know, as I do, that when we talk about the concept of the rule of law, that concept is neutral. For example, colonialism was forced by law or was backed by law. Apartheid regime was equally backed by law, as well as others. So when we talk about rule of law, the question is, what law rules? What law rules? Before you go to parliament, so you go to court and filed in the Supreme Court to invoke the powers of the court to interpret the Constitution under Article 2:1. Down, Papa J, 1 or 2 grounds must call for that. The said provision you are seeking an interpretation to by the court must carry some element of ambiguity, and therefore the meaning of that law ain't yet clear. In this case, you will invoke the interpretation powers of the court to interpret and as to what that provision of the Constitution meant. But if the language of the Constitution is so clear and obvious to everyone, I don't think that you will need the interpretation by the Supreme Court to understand what the law is saying. In this case, Article 97.1, 97.1 G and F. Papa J, here, Article 90 H, that's a G and H. Sorry, G and H. Article 97.1, dear Erkani, or same. A member of parliament shall, it's a mandatory, vacate his seat in parliament. The J is saying, if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to parliament to join another party or seek to remain in parliament as an independent member. All political parties, all the MPs in parliament use a vehicle to get there, either through a political party or through an independent candidature. I'm running say, a two about now could do parliament. Now party they will buy NDC. Who could do announce there be NDC for me to minimum me cross carpet. I call MPP. You have the right to do so. You have you have the privilege to choose which party. In fact, freedom of association is guaranteed by the constitution. It's what could do myself if you don't end this embo for Kubiuma. Bibi and so quite. No more say a bra over to Sana Mono also sitting the vacant. But also good. So I don't know the MPP ticket could do myself if you want to mean cross on my NDC or any other political party. And also could do myself if you know what the political party be a dinner the call you could do also there be my training home, my bear content crop. And that's the moment obey sign pet. You cease to be a member of parliament. Your seat must be declared vacant. FNC, if you was elected a member of parliament as an independent candidate and join a political party, and it's who are you in the ticket of a party be now could do and then family home more ama you could be me ba better my you feel as content cry. And rather say party a de oba ye no was say oye den. Moment to be free who no or say declare seat in the vacant. That is the law. Do I need a Supreme Court judge? Or should we even waste the resources and waste the time of the court to interpret this thing to us? Where the language, is so clear and unambiguous. If this were to be for NDC, I will speak the way I am speaking. MPP, I will say the things that I am saying now. Principles are very important. And in law, principles must have a certainty, acceptability, and equivalent level of application at all times. That is why when the Supreme Court, orders under Article 2:1, that order becomes a binding precedent on all the court. And not only that, when the court determines a constitutional matter, or even in the case of a trial, when an issue arises, a constitutional issue arises at the lower court, the law requires that, or the constitution provides that lower court must stay proceedings and refer that matter of constitutionality to the Supreme Court for interpretation. And the interpretation by the court and directing the court to give will bind that very court in disposing the matter before it. And that equally binds all the lower court. As a law student, you should know this. Don't come and sit here and wear a political spectacle and do a mischief. Precedents. That precedents when you are lay and asking lay. And so, sir, your microphone free war, we would deny their constituent a right of representation. Oh, really? The same thing happened in. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 2020, the same thing was happening in Parliament. In the case of Honorable Siama in Fomena constituency, for instance, Abra Okoya was in a party and the Oko independent. The MPP quickly wrote to Honorable Aaron Michael Kwe, Right Honorable Aaron Michael Kwe at that time. And he used the same law, Article 97(1) J and H, to determine the matter. What is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. If it was good at that time, why not now? So, into Papa J, maybe I think that and someone can is a waste of time and we need to discard it. But Oyanko Pon Temu and Abayim before so. During 2020 election petition hearing, Tajikata quote Hosea 8:7. Or say they have sowed and wind and they're not reaping the whirlwind. And new MPP 4 year. Oh, when you say, oh, they no bottom at the koto or drain. Now the Yura at the good bottom koto kramaya anymore. It's just a matter of time. It is just a matter of time. The air and the anako korina dear. Sabrin na duno. Now, as someone see a parliament and rano, Ashame Haruna Metihe as a Christoni, Ashame Gidiamudin. Oyanko so be di mampenia. Akada kumpuna obewa, obemo di mampeni sanwewu. God destined the NDC to form majority in parliament in 2020. You thought you were so powerful and you took away that majority. God has restored the NDC. God has given us our right restitution under the powers that the Ghanaian people bestowed on us.
Okay,
and then the tip of the iceberg. Indication say the NDC is winning the 2024 elections.
Okay.
As we have now become a majority in parliament. If you say they call our parliament war, but the MPP, they shouldn't blame anybody. They should blame their arrogant, how do you call it, majority leader in parliament who speaks as if the whole country and the whole world belong to him and cannot even have the humility to negotiate, which has brought them here. Okay. They should learn from that and humble themselves and know that sovereignty and the powers reside in the people and not those of you who are in the legislature or in the Supreme Court or any part of the executive. Get it right.
Yo, Jerry.
What's me the quiet park and come back?
Oh, okay. I'm saying 15th. Na year IPAC na year the year follow up to insensema na efa yen voter register na NDC for dada Ghana for say dem basabasa bi ewom na wiase nyina ehu ye say sa na na omo keka nyina na entesa na ye koye nim say Bosha, EC chair, share and say in 2 weeks or the voter register no wayemu AGYEMAN ebema iye na or the maya na wasan bie abefo ntentan no exhibition center online exhibition center no na se obi wo asembia we provide form bi enso e de amaye ya se obi wo bibia onte ase a na wafa form no na waye eho complain na so de ho asem de ama electoral commission na electoral commission so ahwe na wa rectify na we na ikoshia ye no senior kan nsem na sa pepepe na or present here in the first time for the first time in Ghana history electoral commission we the ono anibotomska my hard drive of the provisional the updated provisional register our promising no we young koto yentua kapre ho no no ye no de bray nti dia toso biem IPAC ye koko di nkomo enso efa NDC nsem na biem na omo say nipa ne bi ho no ma ofa omo idea oba bekwa akoyi obi foforo information na de amount ema NDC for adana 15th no almost original there's a charge way some beto electoral commission so inti commission no omo IT penny no sorry ya wo chechem na make a chance offer nchechiremu na ojina ho ye ne de womo a enya technicals na Ghana for na enti dia wo kana se still womo ntia se womo do ma adwe be womo se dia NDC for kana ye no kre nti abe ya sani awo chirechiremu ne sani womo kan ye no ko board ne so na chiremu mo bia enhu ema pani dia tosu bi mo san sore ko ye board ne so kokko chire de nti a ebi mo ho a obo womo ayi a sankrofo no ma ye double and no ma ye multiple registration inti no omo multiple registration no ana say ebi ana omo area say omo ekwa special voting ne ho enna omo nyina nso registration ne 2020 na obi ho no ma no ko special voting and say multiple registration enna ma sisia no wakosa ankwa yes registration ya man ID card for inti enye ID card dada na previously no o use no enye no na ekita na sisia na amana ID card for pani ne be gina board national and also osan kire mu kama ema ebiom NDC for na emoni abre ede ensemo to isi so no omani mu sa agu ase wo honom na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo time bia ɔmo ayɛ sɛ ɔmo epushi nneɛma a ɛnsɛm fata ɛde asai yesi atade fufu a wahyɛ nim ɔmo pɛ sɛ ɔmo de fi ne nkekawa yiyem but ebiom ɔmo yɛ ana yesi abɛyɛ correction na ma obi ahu sɛ deɛ ɔmo ka na nyɛ saa nɛteɛ na yɛde ɛpepere so wɔ ipac a emu nsɛm a ɛkɔ so wɔ ipac na yɛ bebree but ebi wɔ hɔ nom a ɛyɛ kanema mpanin nsɛm a ɔkɔka fa ɛyɛ ballot paper na nipa ɛwɔ so ne bi ɛne ndc pnc ne bernard mona wanhunu ne form fele nti isi ayi na firi mu no ɔsi ɔno ne emu
but asa na Kofi Akpalu ayɛ too emotional fans ama John Dramani Mahama kan na ipac ne yɛ platform
ɛnyɛ Kofi Akpalu nko Hassan Ayarega was emotional. My friend said presidential candidates no more ballot and so more bar IPAC. Were very emotional because they felt denigrated by a fellow candidate. Ordinary Ghana for will be I need to me and chain will be now will be a uniform of fele or no now of course we are seeing and saying in a kitano. Well, who the form of fele am ye in every ma. O say or no who he are saying. Nipa 13, including or no John Mahama na emu. Inti mekra they made the publication, but easy. If John Mahama feels he Mona no better or worthier than or no now or ballot so now, he should step aside and then give his position to Bernard Mona. Not Bernard Mona and be leading the party because I know there will be any issue. So for some random man and since all finding Bernard Mona worthy than Onwa himself on being part of the 13 qualified candidates na what ballot paper na so ballot paper no enura na ekoye ho adwuma final adwuma ekoye ho my Jerry ewa papa ballot paper be free as akosoro anu ballot paper na ye de beto abasisi ana I worship pictures e wa bonti 80 ana ewa because this very one no and I'm say spoiled ballot I na dosu ninti this very one no mo the borderline very thick borderline ninti o to o wudi emu a de obeto ama na akọ ofoforo ediem no na just nipa no oye boapaya na so waheda because borderlines na won finfin na very thick na fa say be to say men say size e wo in finfin a wontimi ntoa eso emfa nko baby Magere is asem na wo ka so mo apalu aye emotional no yen na election and we have filled the forms in 2020 well form way and 2020 there were slight difference into one year careful and I didn't so omuma time this very easy ACB anya bi da so be ma 1 month over 1 month se fa fill the form first okofa form now why about 2 weeks. Even John Mahama, time or no president, we only had 9 days. I had a failure form I submitted. Oh, the amateur no. But wait, a whole month. And I was 5 solid days for filing. Until you move on 1 year, I'm for the young co. I'm or more. I'm trail corrections a woman one yama. Enyo monkwa na ekọ court PPP nso court PPP Friday na your final day no and omode omo form call inti say our corrections be ya within the time na copy 5 o'clock na your closing nomination no omo yi wa free omo free okra say by correction na one kasa na what beat deadline 5 nya ba eni say omo GBB fufuro bia biom Majeri is that not what emranete ewo say a filing nomination. Sana mranete into 5 ne boy afi na mo mudi honoma kwani aba no. Na say anje mo forms, na more of mistakes, na mo ntimi ankwanko correct here. Do you turn around to blame easy no or ma over 1 month say pick a form na fail na fabra. You don't blame them. Also na a political messiah. Na watimi atena honoma over 1 month. Almost 1 month 2 weeks went to me and fill form and your correction. Near you were free ma. What's one tia say? How? I didn't think I'm behave, sir. I didn't think I'm more shedder. A year at their movie are now more person more dented the hard earned reputation of the electoral commission baako pɛ na yɛwɔ wɔ Ghana ha sei no de bia mo pɛ sɛ mo de n'anim yɛ fam mo de n'anim yɛ fam ɔmo kɔwia abam me kra de sɛ easy ɛnɛ mesrɛ mo because nsɛm a mete wɔ abɔnten na dɔɔso sɛ monim aba mu wie a MPP ne NDC ɔmo adi saa nti sɛ monim aba mu wie a mesrɛ mo wie mo mfama LPG because yɛn nso yɛwɔ ani so ade hunu ɛbɛboa Ghana for na sɛ monim aba mu wie a deɛ ɔmo yɛ no I think sir you should sometimes also and easy the only thing for parties ni be in court. I was some of the parties ni be court because omo gu mani mase and obi share that say obi did watem obi share that say obi gu ani mase also all right and a lawyer for amaleba mona mo year law for hanum easy ni there ochiri say Jerry easy no ochiri so or the parties ni be court ana inti no I was say easy so e man ani bre say party bi ye na adwen say obegu na anim ase obehye da say na adwuma a wo ye na on fa party in court na even sanction was say dem.
Okay, so you mean say NDC for kase AGYEMAN and others they want to rig the elections. As a easy to me they
because they cannot rig any election. You know him say ya to aba a kind of polling station. Inti time at the Andrew headquarters no. Now hona okosesa abato na ede amobi anase say no be no. And let's not forget NDC kofa Charlotte say buy. And NDC lost in 2016. Inti na enya nwanwa say ubeye obi oyere kra easy. Ontimi nya hwe when the results are in. Because obi our agent all over. Constituency is 276.
Okay, yeah, 76.
Yes, 276. 276, you know. So agents all over. Almost 50,000 polling centers now. Then Tina, I was a Otrans in Ausu. Obia, a pink sheet in Ode Bro. Ain't his number get to a parties in intimate no more massa. And I know no more say they don't get competent people into a bit more mojo pink sheet more farmer. Even radio station, a crowd on your political party or no contested election, our any interest or election. On no crowd to me calculation. In less than maybe 2 days, or the winner never. How much more war was spend this car all over the country? Won't you mean your mass? Yeah, we are now court. Meanwhile, what the polling agents, and you know, Nanya Bako, but the ebi on 4, ebi on 5 agents. Now, the almost call more alternative. At the end of the day, collation centers, more agents for Honum, and party chairman is general party secretary, and the Koko yes, I do my into your money. So, mobile yes, due diligent or more about proper figures. I'm on the better calculation. And I easy now, they be a move the money break or so. Share easy system, oh yeah. More ama in-house and command ye decrease. They say, why no telecast. I will be a heavy. Still, most of MONTIE here. And one beautiful thing, and this in Penifaya, many a job, I say a new emphata or caniba, and that's an ecano.
And who was invited?
And him was emphata caniba. I say, don't get ya, what done? Our caniba. And him was emphata for. That's an ecano. They are making matters a ecano. I say, don't get ya, what done? Enim Guassier. Fifi Quete, what done and him Guassier. O my neighbor, I done and him Guassier. Oh my jaiba.
I pagan.
Yes.
Another and this for never.
Oh, so more share small boys in when say Mokovi farm app and one be software and almost somebody a who be first meeting you who say Motwa daddy. And no crowd there now Fifi go to I say don't get your number than that. Because more trust you who say microphone some more insure him and no mujani jaho. And now I know they are now Sunday day I call you. And also so manebo mana or director of election or also so Janede, I'm a deputy, say, one of Mokofa by you. I'm saying, Fantifok, or also one Akofaba, Troho, Wamongo, and I must buy ya in Mguasia, as I told him. After the amendment space here, Shemia, me did try me video.
I
I did Bibiano. I don't know this any abrese. Me space dark. Computer no sorry. I say me space dark. Inti ne maso ente dia aircall. Nana mbizan Magari. Ya dia so ne ti asema na ya dia ni ne ti asema. I say entokwa afro wa na to ni akasa. Wo argument a de betena honom no. Hwe so na ka wasem. Mimi dark e se me a me de recordo ne nsema Magari ya ti anu nkoma me no di nyina no me recordo. Dia me na ti amani ahwe ni bia no I recordo ba me phone so. Every free America buy a special space I'm buy. No. Now, and this if when you have Mr. Dark.
Okay.
And once the argument about on the floor was here discussing. Now me dark and once I'm now okay. Now no me ya na me koko yichi and there's a computer. Yeah, mu technologically. Ya ni abre. Ya see you put life of people first through technology. Inti me shade na wuni ma de kodie na no aba no yeah afa me yeah me kire na nse mo ka nyina on my phone me de me device e mani na record no na afa ne ho popo I say and now if I meet you I'll be careful afa na be careful oh ne man kitinkiti bi ho no ma wo se ya nya botre na na ma me ne ka se yen susu emprejeje yen susu emfa ensem emra bonten tentem wa bra ya nwene ho enya ho kita ho de nyina nkosi ye wo de amachi
okay Jerry afasi mama
isi intimi wi aba bia mu ida say isi na mesre o mo so mutimi wi aba mu a omo mama de ano mu wi mu ma LPG esanse ye ne ndi bi da na ye ni to do ye ni so ade hu no nso eso pa na menim se omo ebetimi awi ha mu a enye Ghana ha sei obi antimi wi aba mu ha no the aye to amount and only a bekan.
All right, madam say neat 100.9. I do for me mama ho.
Charlie, I feel about to idea. Imagine a baby pound. Me who dear met to a man impo.
I don't know who they are better man. Would you maintain policy about Mama saw the beba?
I think so NDC bar. You be bien Juman kitten. My person a branch executive na di omo be gym. Say akuko na person share poultry farm. Ketu ebi ni amao akuko bono. Ni ton kuko na mao. Ni amao eduane a ode beto eduane ama sika ode beto eduane amao.
Hey, na reti na mosre. Onua nyanto boasie. Inti wenti na papa ne se yento abama no. Aba, papa no on se san ye kra. Dada noa. Mudie, ma yentie policy bakwa Dr. Baumia. E woma ye mebunu no.
The person mebunu yenya ejuma aye. Jobs would be my major focus. Now me be training 1 million youth in digital skills.
Enya nunku, was so be bank ama nyume nkuma. Se ne be ya omuso betime bi omunyumem na ma fa ye mebunu no. Osan so say, obema ya to ade enne na yetua ne kakra. Eno ne credit scoring system no.
Hey, sir.
Oh, enya nunku ma mensan just obako nka ho. Osan so say, odi ade aye friend buy Ghana first policy beba. Eno no, opese Ghana fo nyuma no mu bie no mutimi fa ye mebunu no.
Wow. Sisi ade. December 7th abatu no. Minim dia meto ama no. Dr. Baumia, wana meto ama.
Anio, bold solutions na Dr. Baumia say, odi ba ma mebunu no. We ye mu nketu akra. Me kra masisa ma adwun. Sisi ade, enya dia meto ama JDM bio. The bold solutions man no. Onno na meto ama no. Mo, minia wa ye ni nyina. Afi we die. Dr. Baumia vote no. Yem fan cheche. Endie.
Therefore, dear, yem fan cheche. Therefore, dear, yem fan cheche.
Vote Dr. Baumia. Number 1 on the ballot.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Catch up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on the enum. Ye bishop free genome no snack. Ye nya ho no ye de serve womo. Ye did any a pebibia bogu yad yaswa. This way chocolate drink in yanum. And at this one, what's your has such a wom, cocoa wom, prick wom, bibia wom, I don't hear any so here.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any so here.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more to say a ye.
Yo, yamo akwa be de bandit 100.9 FATO for yen koma yemra mo hoy. Anzo be charge 0302243540 0302243540. Ahoma no e ba kope. Akona say enti Your phone no bonnet to match.
Yamu, now, who's saying?
Nyame adom bako etio.
One casa will be my apo. I'm a samai.
Yo.
I'm not getting an issue of Papa News, my papa way. Now I will say about to be when you. It's about to be with you. Acrophobia, you will be a campaign moment. You throw radio stations now. Yes, I tell my papa, what you're going to be. Ghana for in a little call. No, what my poor abandon. I'm a sample for no. You did kind of me a good of love. More Casamio, papa, before more of Blackmono. Won't talk about I'm a Samio because Hamidia would be a home busy. I'm ready for one for. My daddy, no cranny. You know, before. Now, I saw you marking, not the 7 minutes margin. And no maybe you were far. I want to know Africa crack. Something in there. You know, maybe you were far. And here I saw 20 boasses, you 20 and any powerful. It is again a man a woman. And a FPP, and so in penny for, or Montreal elected Diala, and found Parliament fair, or my young profile to send you Libya, Siama, yet to let to come out Parliament for. Women did this. It's a funny mark me throw to what Cacao no maybe no.
Maybe I saw me found this one, Marche. Yet, your uncle.
His Anna, doctor, offer by one. I'll say, I'm just for you, whatever was it.
Nakopa don't bako.
And the police upon doctor and the police upon and a foundation. Mark, let me say the question from about. Temple Minister, word you must watch it, Road and Highway Minister is Danasi, Modern Bow, Minister Sanyoku. Yeah, you know, it seems like Shepherd and young mamma. That's so sorry from Kusu. At the end, son of Bosnia, no, okay, until find you. Omo money answer that Chibiano, and Mrano, Yelman tomorrow. I must say, I'm not paying now, so okay. It be the one also on the DA. They say, I'm seeing that auto. No, the education, one kind of one possible would be everywhere trouble for any show because and no one to tell you. And then Ghana school for him, and no bit to the Chrome one, but you got Chimota, but you got this other. Maybe I come next phone corner, school. But room on Panina, when you open up for the best, what the mean, also kind of also. Most of us are for your school, and now who will be a motor hockey, maybe because we'll be only at the school to mess the Ghana for.
Madam, say, my men for you or me patch me watching. Yes, you.
But I Taliban and I Kasafi at the moment about your. And I'm here honorable Fatima to advocate profession any neighbor honorable Abubakar. My daddy. NDC in Parliament, any figure of Parliament. Then you say, so SC was party, and now we are called independent. MP before answer any letter, answer one common anyway here. Where I say NDC, yes,
na me bacho sa letter na mo ka no enimre bia mu say bibi say si a amanyoko bi ntro letter no bi ntro letter ni ba bia
Magari what the MPs did in the Parliament and now one can say Parliament now what two or so more independent and in Parliament you know still no MPs
na amwakwa si amade ne de on de on do the hwan or the wine or the Majority din call Parliament or Sabre now or call it.
But the same of course but when still Parliament, so Parliament
okay. All right, Bema better see you. Mami call next one. Maybe I try find next one. Marche. Yes, you.
Baba, kapon sayo.
Nyame adom yes you.
Parliamentary ni me kasa free tissue. Enti aya no kra sa Ghana for de ewura ma ka say ya wa refie na ya no kra na FPP sisa ni amandi fi abehwe agu NPP ababa hyehyɛ no ɔma se yɛbɛyɛ wei asate a na NDC de atoro yɛyɛ insurance a NDC foɔ se yɛde yɛba abɛyɛ no one-time premium ɔmo baeɛ na free maternity no nyinaa ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nyɛ sika nyɛ na insurance yɛbɛyɛ de basaa ɛna nnɛ yɛyɛ free education nkɔɔfoɔ ɛto wɔ pɛ yɛba abɛyɛ ne sɛ nti ɛyɛ nokorɛ sɛ ghanafoɔ mebisɛ o yɛwɔ short memory anaa sɛ bi MPP abɛnti ne deɛ wiase kɔ nyinaa kɔ digital saa digital ne na Nigeria ne bi sɛ sɛnka yɛwura ba wɔ mmea wɔ Nigeria and common to the swab and come on toast because
okay.
Yeah, Ghana.
Madam say, my last one. Mache, last caller. Last caller, Mache. On your ready.
Hello.
Nami Adam Kasane uncle.
Magari, well, me, sorry, Benina. Baby, I know when I the dead and come here confused. My main fan, Yama, Gloria, Owusu, or Trobo, Amasama, and I'm Information Minister Fatma Abubakar. Media, near you Parliament, and also born on the MPP for no mafia, no, almost no munya, because research at MPP Babaimua, or mining in an home paso. There are individual being present, you know, who we have near meow. Kenya Yamia Daruma, and I catch on abro, I'm a parliament track breaker. And can this is for a mom term, Emra Papa or Ghana, no, Casabin Prediasa, on Behana Nadopa, now, Minimum Magari, Trinyamidi Pacho. We are Central Nibia, and of I say, Monso Abra CMPP pass, and Central for Munyano. And then a Yama MPP, I said the Okano, Yama and this, I said the Okano, but not Rabamapo. Fisia won one car, MPP da, and also more desperate group, oh Magaruta Heka. Yeah, me di chat to Mr. Ghana for. Penida da Mahama, Afa Subai Biaton Hosua, Magaruba Kaya, or Cassia Santi for the go to cry a car quaya and Yamufe. Nan Wakajina and Cranform Catrum Somu Domunia Docron Shita, Omu here be the abuse. Yes, John Mama did the Yanum Cranfortum. Munina Sunamun to a Bentia and John Mama, Nanwa Yadu, and
I say, FSC.
Use anybody part and now my time I do use I don't need anybody time. I'm right on time but everything I did grind. No. What I don't stop me go changing up.
Okay, me ba so me the Jumadi ni si o ma me kan say we yan kai bo a free MPP for. One say young din common for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ho. Oyo obi ono be transform Ghana, obe sesa Ghana, obe ma Ghana di ye digital innovation. Our digital Ghana agenda. And the mobile money into probability where the mama na ye pumping. O share your public records aben nyuma mu a. When your record be an answer on fingerprint your bones no. Your bones no we are no na saka records no. E pharmacy e wo ho. Drobi apebia wo kwa be for 10,000 man so na saka zip line medical drone delivery. When nyina ne ye eno ma Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia eye ne nsa no adwuma wadi anim ama na bapa. Na ono na oye vice president anoma waye no bia no waye vice president wo Ghana waye bida bema Ghana ye more than efficient ama obia bedidi just obia benya so mfa so oye number 1 ballot paper no so and it dey say wo koto aba 7 December MPP for the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say me kan chose to farmer number 1 and I'm say Ghana deserves a leader with a proven track record obia waye bida. It is possible. Okay, now me can be society say the National Petroleum Authority. One money a Ministry of Energy say can chose a cylinder rate circulation model number. O cylinder no to say white and tan. White and tan.
And now my time I dey use, I don't need anybody time.
Ejeme bacho bomade se obeko ye exchange point bia. Okwa fa cylinder dada no ko ye be ma foforo a gas wo mu dada. Sika betu ye kakra bi. Eti ye kan for the man ye cylinder circulation model. Abaye ba. Ya dia to mprako pe. MPA National Petroleum Authority, Ministry of Energy. Almost a me fan kai bo infama. But I said, I'm going to produce Ojina Mechi. I've been a frame of bank and I also for Edamasio. Kwesi Abuaje, the darling boy, or some of that say. The supervisor and the doctor for that now. Executive producer, on the general manager, Kennedy Santos Esquire. But I said, I'm Mama. Engineer Sachuabu and Ejarin and Abuaje, Medamase. Others and Chroma Medas in charge of the electric house. Daniel, your IT. Yes, sorry, Michael, the entertainment GHS house. Nyanko Ponko Bibia. Weekend, man, no man, you. Chale me cast and so new ones be about Kia Carvings, new one, brand new 2024. Bejena Ko Cruzu, a weekend. I have frame L020 1162746 020 1162746. Oh, per car rent here. Come on near the amount now crazy. About your milk, that means you'll be
Hey, I ain't no man of peace. I come from a place where the shots don't cease. Come from a place where we stunt on police, where the people on your keys, where they play on little kids. Most times I be high with my guys, maybe once, maybe twice, till our eyes close inside. Then we laugh and with the good bounce, but the biggest bars and the biggest bars.
Give me the game to know. Give me my bang on Nora. Give me Chamaru and check. Make a the observe way forward. Sakpa no be super. Give me my bang on jet bread. Money no the rich man. Money no the rich man. Steady income. Money no the rich man. Money no the rich man. I'm addicted to money. Money no the rich man. Money no the rich man. Oh, Africano. Money no the rich man. Money no the rich man.
It's here for a mama son for family. Mitiola Michaels, oh, FM Entertainment GH show. At shit.
Why is it when him go with Samson? Why not, Papa?